Now, through the facilities of WPTF Raleigh, here is Tony Rigsby.
Good evening, everyone. From Manteo to Murphy, from the Blue Ridge to the Blue Sea, North Carolina's Republicans and Democrats are picking their standard bearers for November's general election. Polls will be closing in less than a half an hour at 7:30 this evening, and over the next 4 hours, we'll be bringing you comprehensive coverage. The headline race, the soon-to-be-open U.S. Senate seat being vacated by Senator Richard Berger. Also nominees being selected in 14 congressional districts. Joining me tonight, a panel of North Carolina's most seasoned political observers. Tom Campbell, the longtime host of NC Spin and Broadcast Hall of Famer. Tom, thank you for joining us tonight.
Glad to be here.
Donna King, who's the editor-in-chief of Carolina Journal. Donna, thanks for coming.
Good evening. Looking forward to this. It'll be a lot of fun.
Mitch Kokai with the John Locke Foundation. Mitch, thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you, Tony. It's been a long time since we've done elections together.
It has been a very long time, although it was longer with Tom, because it was about 38 years ago the last time we did elections together.
I think Brad Crone was there, too.
That's right, and Brad Crone is joining us tonight with a political consultant with Campaign Connections. Brad, thank you for joining us tonight.
Good evening. Looking forward to the evening.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun, I know. And first of all, let me just go around the table and ask everyone, what's the main thing you're going to be watching tonight, Tom?
Well, there are three things I'm going to be looking at. First of all, turnout. Early voting turnout was incredible. I mean, we had almost twice as many people in early voting this year as we had in 2018. I'm also looking for, of course, who voted, whether Republicans or Democrats, how we might be able to see a swing of unaffiliated voters. Is Trump on the ballot or not? And I think I want to be able to, and we'll be able to get some clear measures of that in several of the races in which he's endorsed. And then there are several races house-wise in the U.S. House, as well as in Wake County, that I'm particularly interested in, the DA's race, county commissioners, sheriff's primaries. So hopefully we'll know something fairly early.
Donna, how about you?
Absolutely. Well, I think a lot of what I'm going to be watching again is that early voter turnout. It's up over about 97% over what it was 4 years ago.
Over 500,000.
2018. Yeah. I mean, that's a really big deal. But I'm also going to be watching some of these races, particularly on the GOP side. There have been some really contentious primaries that we've seen in this particular primary season, much more so than on the Democrat side. I think Democrats are able to coalesce behind one candidate. Republicans are really kind of battling it out, but a lot of that is that influence of former President Donald Trump. His endorsement has been carrying a lot of weight. A lot of voters in North Carolina are saying, who he likes is who I like. But then again, there's also a lot of really good candidates in these races. So I'm going to be watching to see what that influence does tonight.
Mitch, what will you be watching tonight?
Well, the Trump factor has already been mentioned. I think that's going to be one of the big things. I think on the Democratic side, there are a couple of congressional races where you're going to see the old guard, the anointed candidate from the establishment versus the more progressive candidate, and I think we're going to see that playing out in the 1st and 4th districts.
Yeah, very much in the 4th with Foushee and Alam.
Yeah, right.
And certainly with Clay Aiken as sort of the wild card in that race. And then in the 1st, you've got Don Davis and Erica Smith in a similar but not quite the same situation.
Brad, how about you?
I agree with all the panel. I think watching the Trump proxy war take place in key congressional districts in North Carolina 11, North Carolina 1, North Carolina 13 is going to be very interesting. On the flip side, the fight between the centrist Democrats and progressive Democrats in North Carolina District 4, in North Carolina District 1, North Carolina District 13, that's going to be extremely interesting. Where are the unaffiliated voters who are turning out in the western part of the state in the congressional race involving Madison Cawthorn? Where are they going to end up voting, pulling Republican ballots? And how close is that race going to be? Will Chuck Edwards mount an upset in that congressional district? That's what I'm going to be watching. And key legislative races, too, in the state Senate and in the state House. All intriguing.
Well, that's a fascinating race with Madison Cawthorn because you have the Trump endorsement for Cawthorn, but yet a lot of the establishment, like Senator Berger and others, are endorsing Edwards in that race.
Yeah, not only you got Senator Berger, Speaker Moore, Senator Tom Tillis, who has basically said we need to get rid of Cawthorn out there. So basically, almost all of the Republican Party establishment at the state level is against Cawthorn, but he certainly still has the support for President Trump, who basically in recent days said, yeah, we know he's messed up. Give him a second chance. We'll see if that
and we
plays
want to see
part.
if there's going to be any runoffs as a result of this. I mean, for instance, when Trump endorses a Beau Hines in the 13th district, can Beau pull 30% plus one and avoid a runoff? The same with Cawthorn. The same with Ted Budd.
And it's very interesting on that front because you have the multiple candidates. If it were just 3 or 4 candidates, you'd think certainly someone's going to get 30% plus one. When you get past 5, 6, 7 candidates, getting to that 30%, if it's a tight fight, is going to be harder to see.
In that U.S. Senate race, you could field 2 baseball teams. I mean, you got 14 Republicans running in that primary, and you got 11 Democrats running in that primary. I mean, it's a.
Maybe that's how we should decide it next time.
Yeah.
Play a game of baseball.
There you go.
Right.
Tony could call it as the voice of the Durham Bulls.
Always with baseball. But as
Well,
we
the
look
the
at
other
those,
interesting thing that I'm seeing is the changing demographics that our state's experiencing. You know, for the first time ever, we have more unaffiliated voters registered in the state of North Carolina. There are 2,532,000 independents, 2,198,000 Republicans, 2,493,000 Democrats. There's a shift taking place with the voters. Will we see that shift translate at the ballot box?
I think that's an important point that you make because we're all watching what those unaffiliated voters do. And right now, leading up in early voting, they're taking a Republican ballot when they walk in almost 2-1 over Democrat. So which way are they going to break now and then again in November?
I had not heard that statistic. That's interesting.
Yeah,
do you
it
think
is.
that's because of the contentiousness in the Republican primaries, or that's just the way they happen to lean?
I think it could go either way. It's a very good question. It may be because
and I think some of them,
Sure.
frankly, are choosing the Republican ballot. I did choose the Republican ballot because of who I wanted to vote for or against.
Yeah, certainly in the Cawthorn race, you think there's going to be some of that playing a role. We know that there has been an active effort among the Democratic Party in the 11th district to say, look, we so much want Cawthorn out. Why don't some of you Democrats switch affiliations, vote in this primary? You don't have to become a Republican. You could become unaffiliated, vote in this primary, and vote for someone other than Cawthorn.
And because we all live in the Triangle area, we see a lot of the ads on the 13th district here, and they have been nasty, both sides on that. Do you think this is a race that could go to a runoff in July?
It certainly could with the number of
Certainly
people.
possible.
Yeah, with the number of people in there. And it's been interesting to see that Beau Hines has basically run a campaign entirely as, I'm the guy Trump anointed. He hasn't really said a whole lot
Kelly
otherwise.
Daughtry spent $3 million of her own money in this a primary campaign, for Pete's sake. What in the world is the general going to look like?
And one
Right.
thing that's interesting in that race, too, as you mentioned, Mitch, Beau Hines has definitely bathed himself with the Trump endorsement. Renee Elmers, in one of her few commercials, also is doing Trump. But Daughtry is anti-Biden and doesn't mention Trump in most of her commercials.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to see how that'll play out. And Tom really hit the nail on the head earlier when he said it's going to be interesting to see how many of these get to runoffs. Because we'll remember back not too long ago, the standard was 40% plus one. Now it's 30% plus one. That makes it easier.
You know, I think all of this calls into question the fact that we need to have ranked voting elections here, so that you list your first primary priority, your second priority, and your third priority, and do away with runoffs.
Brad?
Well, Tom, I totally disagree with you on that. 100%. Ranked voting has not worked in the state of Maine. When New York did it in their mayoral primary last year, it was a complete disaster. They didn't have election results for almost 27 days. It doesn't work. The voters don't understand it. If you want to simplify the process, you need to look at the jungle primary like California is doing. If you want to tame the partisan polarization that we're seeing in the nation right now, go to a jungle primary where the centrist voters can dominate and elect sane, common-sense people, not the crazies on either end of the polar spectrum.
You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. And we're back on our election coverage here on the North Carolina News Network. Tony Rixby here, along with Tom Campbell, Donna King, Mitch Kokai, and Brad Crone this evening. We'll be joining Professor Andy Taylor in just a minute. We haven't really talked much about the Senate race so far. Does Ted Budd have that wrapped up on the Republican side, Mitch?
All the polls seem to suggest it. I think I saw a recent poll that showed a very substantial lead, and you basically think that this is probably true based on the fact that Club for Growth, which has been spending a lot of money to help Ted Budd, really has scaled back in recent days, suggesting they think he's got it comfortably.
Mitch, that latest poll showed Budd with 43%, McCrory with 16%, and Walker with 12%. I mean, they're not in the league. It's going to be interesting to see what the voters say. I mean, you know, polls are only as accurate as A, the questions, and B, the sample size.
Sure. Yeah. And the Budd campaign has started scaling back some of their spending, so that to me indicates that perhaps
they think they're
really,
out of the primary.
They feel like that they are pretty strong.
Save your powder.
Moving into it. That's right. But you really saw Budd take off here around February, March in this process and accelerate well beyond the others in the field. But I was really glad to see Marjorie Eastman pop up there. I think that she kind of brought a fresh new face to the race, and we'll probably see her again, I think, after this.
One of the signs that we're getting close to general election is that Sherry Beasley has already started an ad that seems to be aiming toward the middle of the road voter. And then we've already seen an ad from the Republicans National Committee attacking Sherry Beasley. So we're already getting toward general election, even though the results of the primary aren't in yet.
Well, I think it's pretty well understood that Sherry is the front runner. And I haven't seen any polling results in that, but I think it's understood that she's clearly the front runner. She's run statewide several times before, former Supreme Court Chief Justice. If she ends up in a runoff, then we're going to tell this is probably the unaffiliateds did move Republican, and it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
Were any of you surprised that Mark Walker stayed in that Republican race?
Not based on the reason, because I think he basically has said, after he decided to stay in, that he was kind of angry that Ted Budd ran and didn't let him run, because there was supposedly some sort of gentleman's agreement that Mark Walker, when he got redistricted out of his seat, instead of moving over and running in what was Budd's seat, said, all right, you stay in Congress, I'm going to run for Senate next time, and instead Budd ended up running.
Well, we're joined now by political scientist Andy Taylor. Andy, thank you for joining us on the program this evening.
Thanks for having me, Tony.
Well, it's as we look at some of the issues in this race, in these races this evening, is the economy playing much of a role in any of them?
The economy is a perennial top, most important problem or issue for Americans. Obviously not just a North Carolina thing. This has been the case since we've had systematic, reliable polling, which is really in the post-World War II period. It changes in its character. Often it's in the form of fiscal policies, such as taxes and spending. Sometimes it's in the form of unemployment or growth. At the moment, it's in the form of inflation, which is unusual, at least for recent years. It's something that sort of seems more like the 1970s and the early 1980s when inflation was this high. So, yes, that is really driving a lot of people's concern in this particular election year. Of course, it's not easy to know how that benefits in primaries. Presumably, it's going to be a real issue for Democrats come the fall with their having the trifecta in Washington, and obviously people looking to hold President Biden accountable. And so they're working hard, I think, to try to alleviate that problem. But today, I think it sort of drives some sentiment and some concern that voters have going to the polls. But it's unclear to me what kind of Republican it would benefit, what kind of Democrat it would benefit.
So at this point, it's not clear whether it would benefit a Trump Republican more than a traditional Chamber of Commerce Republican?
No. I think there are other cleavages within the Republican Party that are doing that, and some of them are very difficult to understand, because the think what we'll see tonight, of course, not just here, but also in Pennsylvania, an accumulating amount of data that will allow us to understand the kind of effect or hold that Trump has on the GOP.
Sure. One of the things that we're watching.
So far, it's been mixed.
Right. Yeah. One of the things we're watching pretty closely here in North Carolina, as you know, is what that unaffiliated voter is going to do. The unaffiliated voters in numbers passed Republicans some time ago, now has passed Democrats, single largest group. Do you think things like gas prices and historic inflation, all of these things are going to move the needle on those unaffiliated voters from one party to the other?
Well, in the primary tonight, or today, they've certainly broken heavily towards Republicans, taking the Republican ballot. I'm not sure whether that is, again, driven by these issues, Donna. I think it's more a question of them being strategic in the primary.
Interesting.
I know Mitch. I was listening to what Mitch said, and I don't disagree with his analysis of the Republican Senate race. But I will be really interested to see whether unaffiliated going in and taking the Republican ballot, presumably that's driven by their desire to participate in the Republican Senate primary, whether that gives Mccrory a little bit more of a lift than the polling suggests. And if that's the case, then if Bud gets the nomination, I'm sure Trump can say that's a victory. But if it's much narrower than the polling suggests, it might be a little bit of a harbinger of what could happen in the fall with independent voters who should break Republican in this year, given the context that we've been talking about. But if there are specific candidates across the country on the ballot for Republicans, they could become a liability.
And Andy, one of the signs of that in the campaign could be just how much is what we presume to be the Beasley campaign going to portray Ted Budd as too extreme. Because if he is winning based on his support from Donald Trump, I would think that would be one of her angles of attack. You don't want someone who is such a Trumpy Republican, middle-of-the-road North Carolinians.
And I'm looking at this Pennsylvania primary, too, because I think if Trump is on the ballot, it's going to be interesting to see if that's good or bad so far as both Republicans and unaffiliated voters are concerned. If Oz doesn't come out of this clearly and cleanly with a primary victory, then I think that Republicans are going to have to step back and say, wait a minute, maybe he's not the force we thought he was.
I don't know what the threshold is in Pennsylvania for a runoff, whether it's 40% or 30% or some other figure. Do you know, Andy, by any chance?
There's no runoff.
There is no runoff.
Okay.
In Pennsylvania.
Yeah. The most of the runoff in the primaries, at least, are in the South, and we've had one for a very long time. In fact, it was changed from 40% to 30%. Much of this is a vestige of Democratic Party politics.
I remember the day when it had to be 50% plus one vote.
Right.
Yeah. So the runoff now, to avoid a runoff, you need 30, but it was at 40% until fairly recently. Of course, this helps leading candidates in competitive races. We're just mentioning Trump, of course, in North Carolina's 11th congressional district primary is also an interesting test of Trump's influence with Madison Cawthorn, Chuck Edwards. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens there because polling is really bad at the congressional district level in primaries, particularly in modified open primaries like North Carolina, where unaffiliated.
And Andy, that's a great point because you've got the Trump endorsement and Trump Republicans going against the North Carolina Republican Party political base because the legislative majority of Republicans, as well as a lot of what you used to call the country club Republicans, are going toward Chuck Edwards.
Andy, thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening.
Always happy to chat.
Andy Taylor, political scientist, North Carolina State University. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network.
I think you need to look at Willie Rowe, who received the RWCA endorsement and Wake County Voter Education endorsement. Roy Taylor, another candidate, Tommy Matthews, and Joe Coley, all top contenders for the Democratic nomination. On the Republican side, former sheriff's four-term, 16-year incumbent Donnie Harrison is clearly the favorite and the front runner in that race.
And we also have a lot of folks who are going to the polls today, but are you surprised the huge number that we had take part in early voting? More than 500,000 North Carolinians went to the polls during that early voting period.
No, I think you're going to continue to see that trend. The question is, will that translate over into additional increases? In 2018, there were 957,000 ballots cast, 14.35% turnout. In May of 2014, we had 1,028,000 ballots cast for 15.79. I think at the end of the night, we're going to be around the 15 or 16% mark. We could go as high as 20, but that would surprise me.
If we get to 20%, what's that going to say, Brad?
What would that 20% say, Brad, if we get to that?
Well, I think that it's going to show a whole lot of interest in the congressional races across the key regions in Piedmont, eastern North Carolina, and up in the western part of the state. And then also the performance of unaffiliated voters turning out in those congressional races.
There's a really interesting graphic here that Chris Cooper from Western Carolina has put out on Twitter. He's showing some of that early voting turnout. That highest level of early voting turnout is really coming from the 11th Congressional District, which, of course, we just talked about, Madison Cawthorn's district, the 4th and the 1st. So we're seeing a lot of folks who are really motivated by some of these contentious races, but we're seeing also in Madison Cawthorn there in the 11th, he's leaning into some of this. He's saying, look, they're after me. You know, I'm a Trump-endorsed candidate, and the establishment doesn't like me. You got to turn out, you got to support me. And that may be leading to some of that really high voter turnout in early voting.
And I'm a little surprised that does not include the 13th as well, because it's the really only toss-up district the way that the elections are playing out, and both sides have highly competitive races. Brad, I interrupted you, sorry.
Another interesting phenomenon in the western part of the state is a very contentious Republican North Carolina State Senate primary in North Carolina District 47, where you have two incumbents double bunked who are very popular, who are very effective legislators, Ralph Heiss and Deanna Ballard. And I'm sure that's going to move voter turnout in counties like Watauga and Avery County and up in the northwestern region of the state.
And I'm glad Brad mentioned that, because that's one of the things I wanted to hit, and that is that in these state legislative races, you have 20 incumbents in the House and 12 incumbents in the Senate who are facing primaries. A lot of them don't face primaries. Some of them face no general election opponent. They've already basically won. But 20 House incumbents, 12 Senate Republicans, and we know that after tonight, 4 incumbents are going to be out because there are 4 sets of double bunks.
Well, and close to 25% have decided not to run again for whatever the reason. They're running for another office, or they're just dropping out.
Yeah, so we've got the double bunks Brad mentioned in the 47th District, Deanna Ballard and Ralph Heiss. Also in the 1st Senate District, you've got Norm Sanderson and Bob Steinberg. On the House side, you've got in the 52nd District, Republicans Jamie Bowles and Ben Moss double bunked. And in the 113th District, way out in the west, Jake Johnson and David Rogers. So 4 of those people are incumbents who are definitely going to lose.
North Carolina's poll was closed about 5 minutes ago. We anticipate getting our first results very shortly. The polls were open from 6:30 this morning till 7:30 this evening, and we will be with you until 11 o'clock tonight, bringing you up to date on all of these races. I'm joined this evening by Tom Campbell, by Donna King, by Mitch Kokai, and Brad Crone, breaking these races down. As we start to get those results in here in the very few minutes, we will anticipate maybe having some calls from some of the folks in just a few minutes. We hope that you'll be with us throughout the evening. Again, we will be here until 11 o'clock this evening, keeping you up to date throughout the evening on those races as they are decided. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. the North Carolina News Network this evening. Earlier, we were talking about the early voting. As you know, there was a campaign on the part of a lot of Republicans to restrict early voting. Will these numbers make any difference in that in the future? Will they be less likely to want to restrict the early voting?
My guess is that Republicans, even those who weren't fans of early voting, have basically said, okay, people like it. We're probably going to have to live with it. I'm guessing they're not going to want more early voting than what we have now because it is fairly well stretched out. But I don't think there's going to be a serious attempt in the future to try to get rid of early voting. And Tony, I think I just refreshed the State Board of Elections page. We actually have some results now if we want to start giving them
Sure.
out. It looks like with already Sherry Beasley on the Democratic Senate side has got 166,000 votes tallied for her. So we're getting some significant numbers on that side. No surprise, she has 86% of the vote on that primary. On the Republican side, it looks like Ted Budd with 57% to Pat Mccrory's 28%. Mark Walker way back at less than 7%.
And we don't know at this point where those returns are coming in.
We don't know. We do know that this is 5% of the ballots cast at this point. So it's fairly early on, but it is a lot of numbers.
Could this be early voting numbers?
I have not been able to look to see where
Early
they're
and
coming
absentee,
from.
Yeah.
Early and absentee. Okay. Very interesting.
And that is something we will continue to follow through the course of the evening tonight. Brad, as we look at these races tonight, is there any one race that you think would be most likely to end up in a runoff in July?
Well, I think there are two races, the North Carolina 13th, the Republican race between Kelly Daughtry and Beau Hines, and then up in the mountains. But on looking at the initial tranche of data that's coming from the State Board of Elections right now, it's looking like most of the candidates are surpassing the 30% threshold. One race that I'm following in Gaston County is House District 109, where incumbent Donnie Loftus is leading with 36%, County Commissioner Ronnie Worley at 24.46%, Lauren Bumgardner, current, the daughter of Dana Bumgardner, who passed away and created the open seat, is at 20%, and John Gouch, a political newcomer, small business owner, at 17.81%. So if that trend line holds, the early votes are important because they represent almost 50% or 55% of the total votes cast. So once those trend lines set up, it's going to be extremely difficult. Another example of what I'm talking about is in Senate 47, where Ralph Heiss is leading Deanna Ballard 52% to 47% right now. So the early numbers are coming in. They're helping set up trend lines.
Tom, any race that you think will go to a runoff?
I would not be surprised if several didn't. I agree with Brad. I think the 13th will probably turn into a runoff. I'm not convinced at all that the Senate Republican race will be a runoff. I think Ted Budd probably is going to have too much of a lead in that one. I do believe that you're going to see some of these that are so close. Again, I'm watching this Pennsylvania. I really think that's going to be, while listeners will say, what do I care about Pennsylvania? I think it's a litmus test. I think it is something to say Republicans are fed up with Donald Trump or still love Donald Trump and are following him. And Pennsylvania may be the litmus test.
And that's a race where you have what was considered to be the third candidate coming up right now, as the split between Oz and his main competitor has gotten closer.
It really has. She's popped out with seemingly out of nowhere with $2 million in her campaign, and he's spent much more money than that. One of the races I'm watching here, of course, we're all talking about the 13th, but we're already getting some returns. I think it's interesting. Wiley Nickel, he's been. We're going to be talking to him later on this evening. He's already, we're only about 5% coming in right now, but he's got almost 60% of that vote so far. Beau Hines, of course, is leading at this moment, 33%. But if you look at the numbers we've got so far, Beau Hines with 33, Kelly Daughtry with 20, 14 with Kurt Kinsley. It's going to be pretty even, and I think that the idea that this might go to a runoff is pretty strong, because even this early, the distribution of voters and support across that district, this is our only competitive district in North Carolina with these court-imposed maps. So 13, everybody's watching.
And right now we have 467,000 votes that have been counted at this point. If that were that would be 6% turnout. But we know this is still fairly early on. And just to run through some of the others that are of interest, we mentioned Sherry Beasley running away with about 85%. Bud right now on the Republican side, 57% to Pat Mccrory's 27% and 8% for Mark Walker. On the first district Democratic side, the Don Davis, Erica Smith race, Davis well ahead at this point, 70% to 26%. On the hotly contested Republican side on that race, and Republicans, even though this is a Democratic-leaning district, are thinking that in a strong Republican year, they might be able to win this. Sandy Smith right now with a close lead, 36% to 29% over Sandy Roberson. But of course,
that has been a dirty race.
That's been a very wild race. And remember, 30% is the threshold. So even if they're close, even if it's within a couple hundred votes, as long as someone's over 30%, there is no chance for a runoff. You look further down and you see that in the 4th district, the Democratic side, Valerie Fouché just under 50%, and Anita Alam at about 35%. So Fouché with a significant lead at this point.
And Clay Aiken not really showing up.
Clay Aiken, way behind, and then we've already mentioned
his day job.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Whatever that is at this point.
Right.
Because it's been an entertainer, but I'm not sure what.
Mitch, I've been looking at some of the early returns, and again, these are very sketchy, very early, so far as some of the North Carolina legislative races. And going into that first legislative primary, Norman Sanderson and Bob Steinberg, and this surprises me a little bit at this point. Sanderson has a 60% of the vote, and Steinberg has 40%. Steinberg has been pretty popular so far as a senator is concerned in the legislature. I was also looking at the Ralph Hayes election, and he's maintaining a fairly easy lead, but it's close. Hayes has 52% of the vote. Deanna Ballard has 48%. This is in Senate District 47. This is one of those races that Brad talked about, two incumbents running against each other.
Speaking of Brad, I could hear him. He wants to say something.
The North Carolina Senate District 19 is in Fayetteville and Cumberland County Democratic primary, where incumbent Senator Kirk DeVere is trailing significantly to Governor Cooper's endorsed candidate Val Applewhite. Applewhite at 58%, Kirk DeVere at 36%. Former District Court Judge Ed Donaldson at 4.99%. So that was a proxy war between the centrist Democrats and progressive Democrats. Kirk DeVere got crossways with the governor over budget votes in the last 2 sessions. Cooper came out supporting Val Applewhite. Right now it looks like it's paying off.
And Brad, one thing that could be interesting there is when you get to the general election, will Val Applewhite or Kirk DeVere be the candidate who'd be most likely to win that district for the Democrats in November? If it turns out that Val Applewhite would make it easier for former Senator Wesley Meredith to come back, then Democrats might say, I'm not sure why we did this.
Correct.
All right, so far as the local races in Wake County are concerned, I was looking at the sheriff's primary. It's no surprise. Donnie Harrison is clearly leading there with 79% of the early vote in. Tevin Howard is 12%. Over on the Republican side, the interesting point there is the incumbent Gerald Baker is trailing Willie Rowe right now, 30% to 24%. Again, very early, very sketchy returns. District attorney race, Lauren Freeman clearly leading Damon Chetson 60 to 40%.
I guess people didn't go along with those ads saying, end weed arrests.
Yeah, another one of those, just ugly pointed campaigns.
And we'll be back with more coming up shortly. You are listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back into our election coverage here on the North Carolina News Network. I'm Tony Rixby with Tom Campbell, Donna King, Mitch Kokai, and Brad Crone this evening. We're joined now by political scientist Andy Jackson. Andy, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Well, as we look at some of the districts as they've been redrawn and district leanings, are you surprised by anything you have seen thus far?
Well, it's still a little too early to be surprised. Although one thing that jumps out at me, not so much are the numbers because they're still early, is some of the geography. For example, if you're looking at some of the early returns in the 11th district, Chuck Edwards, who is challenging Madison Cawthorn, is actually ahead in Henderson County. And what makes that significant, that is Cawthorn's home base. That was what held him into the runoff 2 years ago and helped him pull ahead in that runoff. And so if Cawthorn can't pull it out in Henderson County, he's going to be in trouble in the whole district.
Talked a little bit about the maps and what you're seeing in these leanings. I know we talked about just a minute ago that the 13th is really North Carolina's primary competitive district, but now we're starting to see that maybe there may be other districts in play. What are your thoughts on this?
It can be, especially because this is a midterm election. The president's party usually suffers in the midterms. Now, when these districts were drawn, you could be excused for thinking they were kind of a safety valve or a wall to prevent a lot of turnover, because there aren't that many competitive districts. However, there are maybe 3 congressional districts that you normally wouldn't think of as especially competitive that could be if the trends continue the way they're going. That would be the 1st district in the northeastern part of the state, maybe even the 6th in the Greensboro area, and the 14th down near Charlotte. All of those are kind of lean Democratic districts. We rate them as either a +5 or a +6 Democratic, but in a year when Republicans may be pulling up around 5-6% ahead on the generic ballot, those places can come into play if there are candidates that are able to take advantage.
I've been watching this House District 13, and it's interesting. Beau Hines has got 31.83%. Kelly Daughtry was running second in that race. She's now dropped into third, with Devon Barber now at almost 21%, 10 points behind Hines, and Daughtry is now at 20.5%. So it'll be interesting to see how this one turns out. And on the Democratic side in that district, Wiley Nickel is very clearly ahead of Sam Searcy.
Right, and Sam Searcy, he had got a lot of goodwill from the Democratic Party. He had won a Senate seat, Southern Wake County, 2 years ago, and he essentially handed it over to Sidney Bass, who's kind of a rising star in the Democratic Party. And despite that, it looks like he's losing handily. Of course, it's very early yet. We have this thing called regression towards the mean. You're going to see in these early returns, the numbers are going to bounce around quite a bit. And so once we get into, say, around 9, 10 o'clock, as we get more than half of the precincts in, I think they're going to settle in a little bit more. So it's still a little early yet. The magic number, of course, is 30. Is Beau Hines going to be able to stay above 30% once all the ballots are counted? Because if it's just him against one of these other candidates, he may struggle.
In the 4th district on the Democratic side, that race between the more Democratic establishment candidate, Valerie Foushee, and the more progressive candidate, Nita Alam, Foushee at this point has about a 15-point lead.
Right, and once again, this is where geography is coming into play. I took a look, and once again, of course, as we'll say umpteen dozen times, it's still very, very early yet. Foushee ahead in just about every county, but she's particularly ahead in some of these smaller counties, Alamance, Pearson, and whatnot. Alam is competitive in just 2, Durham and Orange. And you need to be able to win some of these other voters that aren't from the big city or the college town. And Alam hasn't really been able to break through, at least in these early votes.
Andy, you are a guy who crunches these numbers. We know that a lot of what you do is going to come into play for November, looking at how the districts stack up between the parties. But what numbers do you particularly look at from this primary election to help gauge how things are going to go in November?
Well, of course, the bottom line is the bottom line on that one, because if the parties pick candidates that might be able to appeal broadly, that would help. So I'm looking to see, if a candidate is strong enough to avoid a runoff. That's the big thing. Also, the turnout can be something that is indicative of the future. I have been really surprised how low, relatively speaking, the turnout has been in the 13th district. There's 2 open primaries going on there. It's the most competitive district by just about any measure in the state. It's just that none of these candidates seem to have generated a whole lot of excitement. This could make whoever wins in these 2 areas vulnerable to some outside spending. And I wouldn't be surprised if outside groups target this one especially, because if these candidates are this low excitement going into the general elections, there's going to be a lot of room for outside groups to kind of
and that's typically looked at as being a Republican-leaning district. I just took a first look at some of the judicial races, and this is fairly interesting. For seat 5 in the North Carolina Supreme Court, I think most people had sort of said April Wood probably would be the leader coming out of this primary. She's trailing Trey Allen right now, 54 to 36%. Interesting. Donna Stroud, who is the chief of the Court of Appeals, having very little trouble against Beth Freshwater Smith, 59 to 40%. And the other Court of Appeals race on the Republican side, Michael Strating is 71%, Charlton Allen is 28%. So that one doesn't look like much. It's going to be a race. Early returns still, hard to tell, but these are trends.
And as we go to that first district Democratic race, Don Davis has a very, very comfortable lead over Erica Smith in that one.
Right, and that's he expected. He had backing of party officials. He had G.K. Butterfield's endorsement, the outgoing congressman there. He's considered the establishment candidate there. Erica Smith didn't really make herself a lot of friends in the party with her last run for Senate against Cal Cunningham, and I think this is coming back to bite her. That district, even though it's a Democratic-leaning district, it's still a relatively conservative Democratic district, and I think Davis's moderate politics fits that area better than Smith.
It's a Democratic-leaning district, but it's a rural district for the most part, too.
Yeah, Davis is a pretty attractive candidate. I mean, he's a good campaigner. He does good street-level politics.
Well, on the Republican side in that particular race, we've got the 2 Sandys and the 2 Robertsons. Do you think that that's really going to create some name confusion? And then, of course, Sandy Smith, she did relatively well for a Republican against G.K. Butterfield. He had been winning by 70% or so for years, and she seemed to have a pretty good showing. What do you think about this time around?
Yeah, Robertson he's sandwiched between Sandy Smith and Brent Robertson, so that certainly doesn't help. Brent Robertson's pulling around 11% right now. If this is another one of those races that Robertson has some of the establishment backing, mayor of Rocky Mount, kind of a traditional conservative. Smith more in the Trumpian model. So if Sandy Robertson is able to take Sandy Smith into the runoff, he may prevail there, but it may be hard for him to prevent her from getting over that 30% mark.
What about there in Greensboro and Kathy Manning? Tell me what you think about that, because we've been talking about that being a Democratic leaning, but do you think that it is becoming more competitive?
It has the potential to be competitive. Once again, it depends on how the environment holds during this time. It's basically a +6 Democratic district, so normally that's a tough one for Republicans to win. But if we end up with an environment similar to what you had in, say, 2010, then you could see an upset in a couple of those races, either the 6th or the 14th.
Andy, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
That's political scientist Andy Jackson joining us here on the North Carolina News Network. Our coverage continues until 11 o'clock this evening as we're beginning to get those results in, the polls having closed almost a half hour ago. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network.
From Raleigh, in partnership with the Carolina Journal, this is Campaign 2022, the North Carolina primaries. Now, from the studios of WPTF, here is Tony Rigsby.
Good evening, everyone, and we finally have some races being called by the Associated Press on both sides. We have the Senate races being called, and I don't think there's a big surprise in either one of these.
Yeah, certainly not. Everyone expected that Sherry Beasley, the former North Carolina Supreme Court Chief Justice, was going to win on the Democratic side. We hadn't really even heard much of a peep out of the other candidates. She has about 84% of the vote in that multi-candidate primary. A little bit more surprising, but still probably not terribly surprising on the Republican side. Ted Budd with 57% of the vote compared to 27% for Pat Mccrory. Right now, the AP is saying he's on his way, Ted Budd, to a victory.
And it looks like that will be the case. And in that case, the endorsement of former President Trump made a huge difference for Ted Budd.
That and all that money coming in for Club for Growth. Because remember, he got the endorsement last summer in June, and by January, it still was a very close race with Pat Mccrory having a slight lead. But then the money started coming in.
They dumped about $4 million into TV ads and mailers.
Sure, I think they were like $7 million, I think, and
total.
with a 14 of 14 total.
And partly it was promoting Budd, but partly it was trashing Mccrory and saying Mccrory was too liberal, and I think that ended up helping the Budd campaign. Mark Walker basically kind of stood back to be the, hey, I'm the guy, not trashing anyone else, but it hasn't really helped him.
Be your second favorite candidate. Yeah.
That's right, but it hasn't really helped him, as it turns out, because he's in the single digits.
But Trump's endorsement's not helping Madison Cawthorn. He's still running about an 11% gap with Chuck Edwards, which is going to be an interesting narrative for us to be reporting on in future days, because if Chuck Edwards wins, I mean, he's a popular state senator, but the endorsement of all the leadership of the Republican Party in North Carolina against Madison Cawthorn, that's going to be a story.
It is, but there's been a lot of scandals surrounding Madison Cawthorn. I think that there's not a whole lot that the Trump endorsement might be able to overcome with some of what we've seen over the last few months. Of course, the youngest congressman elected. He had quite a vivacious personality. He really kind of captured the scene here when he first came. Well,
that's an interesting.
He did. Well, it's hard to pick one. But for the moment and what we've seen over the last few months, it might be hard for a Trump endorsement to overcome that. But you don't know. He has been leaning into it. He's been saying, "Hey, they're coming for me. You got to back me up." And hoping that will really turn the tide in his favor.
Going sort of to an us against them sort of thing.
Exactly.
The power brokers don't want me, but Trump does, so you've got to support me.
I'm interested in hearing what Brad Crone's looking at right now, where he is with this. Brad?
Well, I'm following a couple of races. House District 52, which has been a fight down in Moore and Richmond County between Jamie Bowes and Ben Moss. And Moss, with early vote right now, is leading at 56%. Jamie Bowes at 43%. Another situation where you had two incumbent Republican members double bunked. Another race that I'm following is a sheriff's race out in Gaston County. The incumbent sheriff's retiring. Chad Hawkins, the chief of police in Belmont, is leading the chief of police in Mount Holly, Don Roper, 54-45.
And Brad, here's another case where the 30% threshold is coming into play as very important. We've already talked about the Trump endorsements of Ted Budd and of Madison Cawthorn. He also endorsed Beau Hines in the 13th district, and Hines has basically made that the centerpiece of his campaign, basically only saying, I'm the guy Trump wants, so vote for me. Right now, he has about 32% of the vote to about 21% for DeVan Barber and just under 21% for Kelly Daughtry.
And Kelly's pulling up closer and closer in that race.
And in the old days, meaning just more than 5 or 6 years ago, that would mean probably Hines and whoever finishes second in a runoff, where if you were the anti-Hines, you'd be in good shape.
Because of that 40% threshold.
Exactly. But now with the
over to a Wake County race, I'm looking at this sheriff's race, and incumbent Sheriff Gerald Baker is still running behind Willie Rowe. I mean, this is staying pretty consistent, 30% to 24%. Again, not much of a vote in yet here in Wake County, but this is
Tom, a lot of that problem has to do with the tabulators. So what happens across the state, the tabulators are taken to a central location, and that data is downloaded. There is no more transmission of the data via any type of telephone modem or connection to the internet.
Why is
All
that,
of the
Brad? I know you
tabulators
follow
stand
this with
alone.
voting machines. Why is that?
Well, it's security. So it means that nobody, all the ballot sheets reconcile back to the number of ballots that are in the tabulator. If your ballot sheets don't reconcile, then you got problems. So right out just south of Raleigh, there's a warehouse where every single precinct in Wake County will transport the tabulator little bar flash drive to the Board of Elections warehouse, and then they will tabulate. So it may be 9:30 or 10 o'clock before we see results coming out of the counties for same-day vote.
One other race we haven't mentioned so far, but this is going to be of interest to folks on the Democratic side in the new 14th district. You'll remember Jeff Jackson wanted to run for U.S. Senate, and as soon as Sherry Beasley got in and sort of took the momentum away from him, he decided to get out, wasn't going to run for anything. But once districts were redrawn, that new 14th congressional district looked really good for him, and in his primary, he's getting 86%. So I think Jeff Jackson ended up with a nice consolation prize after dropping out of that Senate race.
Sure.
That's going to be a competitive congressional district with the Republicans. That's going to be a toss-up there in North Carolina 14, and it goes back to what Donna was speaking about last hour. It's because your unaffiliated voters are breaking almost 2-1 in favor of the Republicans. If that trend continues for November, it could be a big wave election for the Republicans.
Sure, and we've got Erica Smith. We're watching her as well because she was also one of the candidates that was in that race and decided that she was going to bow out and went over to the congressional race there. But then G.K. Butterfield endorsed Don Davis, just could not get a break. And now we're seeing that Don Davis is probably going to come out on top in that primary.
Very different for her than for Jackson.
And G.K. Butterfield's endorsement, I think, was a pivotal moment in this race because G.K. has been a longtime congressman, well loved in the 1st Congressional District. Don Davis, as we said earlier, is a good candidate, but the Butterfield stamp of approval, I mean, it's 66 to 29%. You can just about turn off the lights on that one.
Very interesting. I'm watching a lot of these returns here again. For we announced just a few minutes ago that the AP, the Associated Press, has called the race, the primary for the GOP in the Senate race for Ted Budd, 56% with 7.9% or so, 7.6, need my glasses, reporting. Sherry Beasley, it's been called for her with 84%. I am surprised, though, that this GOP primary was called so early.
Yeah, because it was much more competitive theoretically than
Sure.
Sherry Beasley's was.
Now, here's something also interesting. Just looking through some of these legislative races, I'm looking at the primary in State Senate District 4 on the Democratic side. Milton F. Toby Fitch, longtime legislator, in a tight race right now. Numbers are very early, but against Raymond Smith, he only has 50.4% of the vote. Fitch, that is.
Very prominent member of the General Assembly.
Very
for a long
prominent
time.
member. Has been in. He was one of the
judge.
Yep, he was a judge in between his service in the General Assembly.
Another race I'm looking at is North Carolina Senate 13, which is a new district in North Raleigh and North Wake County. Raleigh City Council member Patrick Buffkin running against first-time candidate Lisa Grafstein. Ms. Grafstein's an environmental attorney, very progressive, leading with 67% over Buffkin's 32%. That's creating some jaw-dropping in the General Assembly for sure, because everybody was thinking that Buffkin would be a lot more competitive.
And that that Eastern Carolina race in the 1st Senate District between Norman Sanderson and Bob Steinberg, I have to admit I'm a little surprised here. I thought Bob Steinberg was probably going to win that. Certainly it was going to be a tight race, but it's 58 to 42% there with Norman Sanderson ahead.
And Steinberg has a lot of the money in the race, but Sanderson said he wasn't really worried about that.
And our coverage will continue. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back into our coverage of Campaign 2022 here on the North Carolina News Network. The Associated Press has called both of the U.S. Senate primaries. Sherry Beasley declared the winner in the Democratic primary, and Ted Budd declared the winner in the Republican primary. I don't think it's a huge surprise for anyone, but maybe a surprise that it came this early, particularly on the Republican side.
Yeah, certainly. I think a lot of people were looking at this as a two and a half person race on the Republican side. You had Ted Budd, you had Pat McCrory, and Mark Walker. But Mark Walker has been in single digits. Ted Budd well over 50% now, and Pat McCrory really trailing him, showing that Trump endorsement and the big money from Club for Growth has paid dividends. I think also one of the other signs of this is debates may be an endangered species, because
Yes.
Ted Budd refused to debate anyone, and he's going to win big anyway.
And I think the exit polling, I mean, AP does, in all the election services networks and so forth, do a lot of exit polling. And I think they must have seen such an avalanche of support for Budd in the exit polls. They might not have known what the absentee ballots were, but they dumped the early voting numbers fairly quickly. So that and the exit polling, and I suspect this was enough often to call a race.
Sure, and in the 11th, I'm hearing that the exit polling really kind of matched voter early voting turnout, so we may really be see Madison Cawthorn being one-upped by Chuck Edwards. But truthfully, that sort of North Carolina Republican leadership the support he had, that may really take him over the finish line.
Don't you think there were a lot of Republicans who said, I just can't
Sure,
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm a Trump Republican, and I go with him on most everything he wants to do, but I just can't stomach Madison Cawthorn.
I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a lot of it, particularly with the scandal that we've seen lately, and questioning whether you like. Yeah, right. Which one? It was given every day, right?
Smorgasbord.
Every single day.
But also there was a legitimate to Republicans alternative.
Sure.
You had Chuck Edwards out there who had the endorsement from all of these traditional Republicans and Republican leaders who said, look, you don't want Cawthorn, you want this guy. Whereas in other places, they haven't had, like, if you didn't like Beau Hines in the 13th, well, who was the alternative? There were so many. You've got Daughtry and Barber. If you put them together, that would be about 40%, which would beat Hines. But they're all separated, and they're not the one anti-Trump candidate that people have rallied around.
And in that race right now, Hines continues to lead Daughtry in that race.
And be over 30%.
Yes, exactly, which would avoid the runoff. And Wiley Nickel leading the Democratic primary in that same district. Right.
And I don't think that a Madison Cawthorn going down really is an anti-Trump vote. I think you're right. It's an anti-Cawthorn vote.
39% of the estimated vote is in the House.
Yes, and we still have a long way to go in the night, and certainly that may be about geography, what we were talking about with Andy Jackson. But I do think that we're really seeing a vote about Cawthorn, less about Trump. But who knows? We still have a long way to go this evening.
Did it hurt Cawthorn any that he was district shopping at one point?
I think that certainly did. I think among the people who were still Cawthorn supporters despite everything, once he said, well, I'm going to run in the Charlotte area, I think some of them said, well, wait a minute.
I think it certainly did with Speaker Tim Moore.
Sure.
Well,
because Tim Moore wanted to run in that district, and when Cawthorn was back and forth about what he was going to do, I think, frankly, Tim Moore had the attitude of, let's don't get mad, let's get even.
Well, you saw with Cawthorn, I think he angered leading legislative Republicans when he pulled that move to potentially run in the district that people had said was drawn for Tim Moore. And then he angered his Capitol Hill Republicans when he talked about them having orgies and Coke parties. So basically he had support from no one.
Lingerie. Right. I mean, come on, Mitch.
And
I don't think
then
we've
the
seen
guns
the last.
at TSA and all of those things that happened too.
But
Brad,
I don't think we've seen the last.
Brad, any surprises for you thus far?
No, I'm watching races down in Johnston County. There are 3 important legislative races down there that I'm tracking right now. The newly created North Carolina Senate District 10, where Smithfield-Clayton attorney Benton Sawry is leading Jill Holman 67-22. In the North Carolina House District 26, which is Clayton, Donna White, longtime Clayton native, 2-term, 3-term state representative, is leading a newcomer Rick Walker 70-30. and Larry Strickland from Pine Level, former chairman of the Board of Education, multi-term member in the State House, is leading Jim Davenport 84-15.
And speaking of legislative races, for people who love it when the State House wraps up its business and goes home in time for dinner, they'll be happy to know that in the Democratic primary in House District 43, Elmer Floyd is leading, because he was the guy who, when he was in the General Assembly, often said during the middle of a long debate, "When are we going to finish this? I want to go home and eat some dinner." So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him. He, of course, if he wins that, would probably be facing the Republican who holds that seat now, Diane Wheatley, who was winning her primary.
I wonder, as we go back to that Senate race for a second, what is the future for Pat Mccrory politically? Does he have one? Really, he's only won one statewide race ever, and there are those who would say that he was facing a weak candidate in Walter Dalton that year.
He can make more money on WBT radio.
I was getting ready to say, he's going to go back to his talk show. He was killing it in the ratings in the Charlotte
Very
radio
popular
market.
with that talk show for sure.
Yeah.
Frequent guest on Meet the Press as well.
Yes. But I think you're right. I think there's been a lot of talk about that perhaps those
Sherry
statewide.
Beasley's giving a speech right now.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll have some of that coming up in a bit.
I'm sure we will. And as a matter of fact, Charles, could we bring up the speech from Sherry Beasley right now? And Charles is going to get that up in just a second for us. Sherry Beasley has been declared the winner in the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate.
I've been watching. We've got CNN on one of the monitors in here that we're watching, as well as looking at the election results. CNN has just devoted an unheard of amount of time to this
in a
District
primary.
11,
Yeah.
NC House 11.
Let's go to Sherry Beasley.
Are just to stay afloat in the face of challenges posed by the pandemic and the climate crisis. I know parents who are working 2 jobs each to make ends meet and to take care of their families. Seniors on fixed incomes trying to retire with dignity after a life of dignified work. College students with big ambitions for their future and big student loan debts. People with diabetes skipping insulin doses because the costs are too high. Families who are one health emergency away from losing it all. Folks deserve more, who need more than what we've seen from Washington. Now, my parents divorced very early in my life, and I was raised by my mother in a home steeped in faith. She was a strong woman, a trailblazer, a leader in her field, and she taught the value of hard work, integrity, and justice. I've lived by those guided values: to do the right thing, regardless of politics, to serve with integrity and justice, to uphold the law, respect it, and respect the Constitution. Those are values I know North Carolinians share: faith, hard work, integrity, and justice. And what I know is that our values unite us. And that's why I'm so proud to be your nominee for the United States Senate. Because while Washington is divided, people here are not. While Washington focuses on special interests and corporate cronies, the people of North Carolina are focusing on working for our families and strengthening our communities. While Washington focuses on pointing fingers and passing blame, the people of North Carolina focus on working hard and getting things done.
Former Chief Justice Sherry Beasley declared the winner of the Democratic nomination for the United States Senate. That speech underway right now at the Democratic headquarters in Raleigh. You're listening to our coverage of Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Good evening, everyone. Tony Rixby here along with Tom Campbell, Donna King, Mitch Kokai, and Brad Crone as we're beginning to get our results coming in. As a matter of fact, both of the Senate primaries have been called by the Associated Press for Sherry Beasley on the Democratic side and Ted Budd on the Republican side. Mitch, any of the races that have surprised you thus far?
I don't know that I've been terribly surprised, but it is interesting to see how they're shaping out. Of course, the big one that people nationally are focusing on, other than the Senate race, is Madison Cawthorn, because he's been a national story, and right now he's trailing in his primary. Chuck Edwards, the state senator, leading him by about 8 or 9 points and well over the 30% threshold. If that holds true as the numbers continue, we would see Madison Cawthorn voted out in a primary. Also, another Trump endorsement, Beau Hines is leading in that new 13th district with over 30% of the vote. His next two competitors at around 20% each. So Hines looks to be in pretty good shape if those numbers hold.
And that would set up a race in November between Hines and the already, it looks like, Democratic nominee, Mr. Nickel.
That's right, Wiley Nickel, a state senator who was running against a former state senator, Sam Searcy, and seems to be blowing him away.
And Searcy had been reelected and then resigned.
Exactly. Sidney Batch had lost her race and ended up getting appointed to that seat.
Yes, we're going to have Wiley Nickel on with us in the next hour, but I think that it is interesting. He was considering running for the Senate seat. Now it looks like he's pretty successful in stepping back and running in this district. But it's also, with the maps and the way they are drawn now, I think he felt pretty secure in running for that race. We're going to talk more about that. But the 13th is something a lot of us are watching because it really is our primarily competitive district in North Carolina after these court-imposed maps.
And I think we probably, Donna, ought to tell people why it is competitive.
Sure.
Because it's one of the few that encompasses part of an urban area, then rural counties around it, too.
Right. If you look at that district, you've got Johnston County, which has been a Republican stronghold, parts of Harnett and Wayne, which have also been generally Republican. But then you add into it a very Democratic chunk of Wake County.
Southern
Wake
County.
And so you throw it all together, and it's about as 50-50 as you can get, the only district that is that close.
And Brad Crone, any surprises for you thus far?
The second largest county in the state, the great state of Mecklenburg, by Laws, the incumbent three-term mayor in the city of Charlotte, is leading overwhelmingly with 85%. The Charlotte City Council at large, the leading candidates are incumbent Braxton Winston, Dimple Arjmani, LaWanda Slack Mayfield, and Smuggy Mitchell. Former Charlotte Mayor Patrick Cannon is in 6th place with 11.99.
Trying to make a comeback.
Trying to make a comeback, but he won't pull it off tonight.
Tom, any surprises for you thus far?
No, not so much. I've been watching some of the legislative races. In the 1st District, Norman Sanderson continues to lead Bob Steinberg 58 to 42%. That lead is big. Over in Senate 4, Toby Fitch is 50-50 tie. Now, this is Toby Fitch, who had been in the House from this area, was a judge, now is running a very tight rate. And back in the western part of the state, Ralph Hayes and Deanna Ballard are 51-49. That's a very close one. Several like that throughout the legislative races.
You could say Senator Fitch is a larger-than-life figure.
Yes, he is quite a presence.
For sure. One thing I'm watching right now is Valerie Fouché in District 4. She just passed the 50% mark. She's right there at 51% with a little under 10% of our whole total ballots.
You know what's interesting, in the 4th district as opposed to the 1st district, where G.K. Butterfield endorsed Don Davis in the 1st district, David Price did not make an endorsement in the 4th district.
Which is no surprise. If people know David, he would not have.
Sure.
He wouldn't do that.
And in fact, I was on another media outlet with Asher Hildebrand, who was a former staffer for Price, who now works at Duke. And someone asked, how the congressman was responding, and he said, well, he's going to be happy in a couple of days when he isn't getting calls anymore about getting endorsements.
Right, but it is interesting to see. I really felt like it seemed going into it that Nita Alam could really
She got a lot of key endorsements.
She got a lot of big endorsements.
She got one from Bernie Sanders and
yes.
from Elizabeth Warren.
Well, she was on that more progressive end of that ticket. Right. Valerie Foushee, of course, has had long history serving North Carolina.
And she tied herself very closely to Governor Roy Cooper at the
yes,
same time.
for sure. And maybe that was a smart move instead of going down that far progressive to try and stay middle of the road, because we do, again, have so many unaffiliated voters in North Carolina.
And that's a primary where the Democratic nominee is likely to win.
Exactly. And if you look at the numbers in that race right now, Foushee, we mentioned at 51%, Nita Alam just under 33%, Clay Aiken, 7%.
And Clay Aiken losing for the second time in a congressional race, apparently. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. We have about an hour in now since the polls closed, and we're seeing more of those races being called. The big one that's been called thus far, the Senate races on both sides of the aisle. Not a big surprise that Sherry Beasley would win the Democratic nomination, and not a huge surprise that Ted Budd, even though he had a lot of competition from Pat McCrory and Mark Walker, has been declared the winner on the Republican side.
Right. And I think that is not a huge surprise. There was a tremendous amount of money dumped into this race. I think he had something like a 15-1 advantage over Pat McCrory, North Carolina's former governor, going into this.
And this was Club for Growth. It was
for Club for Growth money, that's right. And they have invested in candidates across the country, really. But one of the interesting things is, for the most part, we've seen Club for Growth back the Trump-endorsed candidate in Pennsylvania. They broke from that and went, because Dr. Oz was endorsed by Trump, and they went with a different candidate. So, you can't underestimate the value of that endorsement and the money.
The last I saw, by the way, in Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz was actually losing at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kathy Barnett is up some 31% of the vote at this moment. And if that holds, then she could easily win this primary.
And she had generally been considered the number 3 candidate going into this race.
And remember, Andy Taylor told us earlier, Pennsylvania does not have a runoff, so whoever ends up on top, whatever the percentage, they're going to win. For those who are just joining us, obviously Sherry Beasley has already given her victory speech, 83% of the vote. That's with 14% of precincts reporting right now. Ted Budd leading Pat McCrory, 58% to 25%. That's why that race has been called. In the very interesting first district, on the Democratic side, Don Davis with the big lead, 66% to 29% for Erica Smith. On the Republican side, a very competitive and nasty race. Sandy Smith with the lead right now, 33% to Sandy Roberson's 28%.
And this is one of those races where we had all sorts of allegations of domestic abuse and ads and very, very unseemly things being accused in those ads.
It's basically almost what you saw in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial taking place in the first district Republican primary.
Sure. And Sandy Smith actually kind of owned it in a way on social media. You saw her appear with a frying pan in a few pictures. So that lean-in strategy seemed to be being played out there too.
I think the frying pan was with husband number 2.
Yes, I'm not sure which husband. But speaking of leaning into it, you've talked, Donna, about Madison Cawthorn leaning into the things that have been happening for him. But that has not seemed to help so far in his race. He is trailing in the 11th district to Chuck Edwards, the state senator, and at last report, 37% for Edwards, 29% for Cawthorn.
And Donna, we have one of your colleagues from Carolina Journal, Ray Nothstein, on the phone with us now. And Ray, I know that you are a resident of District 13. Any surprise for you thus far?
Not really. I think it's been a tight race.
Beau Hines is pulling ahead. He's running very strong in Wayne County. He's obviously running strong in Harnett County. DeVan Barber, who's run a very strong grassroots campaign, is ahead in Johnson County. There may not be enough votes outstanding for him to force a runoff. I know Kelly Daughtry was seen as a favorite, but I think DeVan Barber, he was able to kind of, run this strong grassroots campaign, but also not go negative and run a positive campaign that has helped them. You could tell he's racking up some votes, but the question is, will it be enough to force a runoff?
It's interesting. His commercials actually were humorous.
Yeah,
right.
7-time Dad of the Year and things like that.
I wanted to ask Ray about that because, Ray, you're a father of young kids. Did that ad appeal to you?
Well, I think what added a lot of appeal, what I just mentioned, is that he wasn't running a negative campaign. You had Daughtry sending out mailers about Beau Hines being a fake conservative, and you had some back and forth. Hines was using his Trump endorsement. I mean, I told some colleagues this morning when I got in the office, I voted in my precinct in Johnson County, and there were people that were ready to meet you, to tell you that Beau Hines was endorsed by Trump. They were very enthusiastic. You saw a lot of Beau Hines volunteers staying behind the line, of course, in the parking lot at the precinct. So you saw a lot of energy for him, but I got a mailer every day from DeVan Barber. Every single day in my mailbox, when the mail at least was delivered, I got something from DeVan Barber. So he was obviously, putting a lot of resources into reaching voters.
Sure. When you're there in your neighborhood, in your community, what was your sense about Beau Hines coming to that 13th congressional district? Was there a sense that he wasn't local, or do you think that Trump endorsement's really helping him? What are you thinking?
Well, you've got a two-pronged effect there. You have people who, you have the Johnson County conservative group that put out an ad saying Hines is not local, Hines is not a conservative. Of course, you had that statement from Hines in the past about him not being a social conservative, and there were certain issues that he was more liberal on, and you had some of the other candidates pick up on that and try to focus on, I'm the true conservative. And the great thing about the race is you have a lot of conservatives to pick from. I mean, Kiersey was another popular choice for some conservatives. Of course, I've mentioned Barber and Hines and Daughtry, all running fairly strong campaigns. But, with a crowded field, like I said, and I pointed out in my column a couple weeks ago, that while North Carolina, and we're obviously seeing this with Cawthorn and Edwards, while North Carolina may not offer an automatic victory for Trump, it does offer a huge boost in a crowded field where you have several strong candidates. And I think you're seeing Beau Hines benefit from that. I mean, you just have a certain segment of the populist Republican primary voters who are just loyal to Trump, and they're not going to go against his wishes.
Yeah, but Ray, we got to keep in mind that in the 2020 election, Trump only won North Carolina by 4%.
Right, and he lost some of these areas that's in this new district, this newly drawn 13th. But he's still very loyal because look, I mean, one of the things, whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, is he is a manifestation of a broken Washington. And so he feeds off that. I think the worse that Washington gets, the more ineffective that Biden is in Washington. Trump grows in popularity because he's this great symbol of the brokenness of Washington, the brokenness of our political system and our federal government. And so you're seeing candidates staying loyal to him, and even candidates who aren't endorsed by him are not crossing him. So that effect is having a reverberation all across the state.
That district is, sorry.
I was going to say, Ray, we could be on our way to a very interesting contrast in that general election if you have Beau Hines running against Wiley Nickel.
Yeah, see, I think, and Ray, to just
that's a great point.
Offer to what you're saying.
And Nickel's a strong candidate. You're seeing he's having no problems winning this race, as most people expected. He's very personable. I've talked to Wiley Nickel on the phone several times, and even though I may not agree with him on a lot of issues, he's very pleasant and very helpful. He's helped me when I've had a couple questions on commentaries. He helped me on an NCAA piece I wrote. He's done a lot of work on NCAA legislation. So he's just a helpful guy, and so he's a personable, likable guy, and I think he'll be a strong candidate.
But back to your comments on Donald Trump, Ray, I think Trump is the personification of the age of rage, and I think that's where we are right now.
We are. I think there is a sort of undercurrent of anger in the GOP side.
Not just the GOP,
absolutely.
all over America.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and this District 13 is particularly interesting. Andy Jackson at the John Locke Foundation did an analysis that had District 13 existed in 2020, that Biden would have won it by 1%, 1.5%. Cooper would have won it, and Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson would have won it. It's a good split.
Yeah.
And I believe right now we have Ted Budd making some comments at his headquarters. Charles, can we join that?
Your support is humbling. I can't wait to watch you achieve even more in this great state of North Carolina. Well, the psalmist tells us, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His steadfast love endures forever. And North Carolina, we certainly do give him thanks tonight. Yeah. So I want to begin by thanking my wonderful wife, Amy Kate, for her love.
And we will be coming back to more of that speech in just a few minutes. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. The North Carolina News Network with our coverage of Campaign 2022, the North Carolina primary. Let's go back to the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate, Ted Budd, who's speaking at his headquarters in Raleigh.
Now, you've often heard me say that primaries are awkward moments. And yes, friends, they really are. Because you have to run against people that you might have supported in another setting, in another day, in another race. But I want to take a moment, and I want to recognize those men and women right now. Pat Mccrory, I thank you for your service to our state as governor and for your time as mayor of Charlotte. You made Charlotte better, and you made North Carolina better. So thank you. Congressman Mark Walker, please, give him a hand. Congressman Mark Walker, you and Kelly were the first ones that Amy Kate and I reached out to in 2016 before I was ever sworn into office. The four of us had dinner not too far from here, and so I want to thank you for your early help. Your loyal supporters will be critical to helping us take back the U.S. Senate, and I want to humbly ask for their prayers, for their support, and for their vote this fall. To Marjorie Eastman, I thank you and your husband for your service to our country. Your commitment to citizen service, it is a model for us all. You know, there were 14 Republican ballots that put their name forward in this primary, and I'm absolutely honored to be the Republican nominee. But now, we need to pull together, and we need to look to the real race in November. So I was glad to see that many of the events that we all participated in, each one of us took a unity pledge, and we raised our hand to support the eventual winner of this primary. And that sends a clear message to the Democrats that this party is united and is poised to take back the Senate and to save this country. Early on in this campaign, I told my team that I wanted to visit each and every one of our state's 100 counties, not just the ones with the highest populations or with the big TV markets. Friends, I've just got a view of politics that a candidate needs to look voters in the eye and ask them for their vote. So that's what we did. Now, we got a little criticism, but our 100 county tour, it made me a better candidate and helped me fall deeper in love with the old North State. In every county I visited, I heard stories of high grocery costs, skyrocketing fuel prices, shortages of basic necessities like infant formula. I heard stories of families that have been ripped apart by deadly drugs like fentanyl. We know that fentanyl and other drugs came across a chaotic and open southern border. I heard about crime waves that turned safe neighborhoods into deadly battlefields. My friends, I'm sure all that chaos is completely unacceptable to you, and I want you to know that it is completely unacceptable to me. My opponent, Sherry Beasley, she doesn't seem to have any problem with Joe Biden's agenda. So let's be clear. Sherry Beasley is the most radical liberal candidate to ever run for U.S. Senate here in North Carolina. So if we send her to Washington, she would enable every element of Joe Biden's agenda. And if we think it's bad now, it's only going to get worse with Sherry Beasley in the U.S. Senate. Now, $5,200 may not sound like a lot of money to Chuck Schumer. It may not sound like a lot of money to Joe Biden or to Sherry Beasley, but that's a lot of money to most folks here in North Carolina. And $5,200 is how much extra working families in our state have to pay this year to the Biden-Beasley inflation. And that's what voters are going to be thinking about when they go to vote in November. Voters here in North Carolina, they're going to be thinking about the chaos at our southern border. And some folks will say, well, you're not a border state, so why do you even care? Friends, sheriffs, law enforcement from all across this great state have told me that every single county here in North Carolina is a border county because of the Biden-Beasley lawless open border agenda. Yeah. Deadly drugs are flooding in, human trafficking is increasing, and the cartels are trying to gain even more control of our borders.
And that's Ted Budd, who is the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate, with his victory speech at his headquarters this evening. You're listening to coverage of Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Tony Rixby with Tom Campbell, Donna King, Mitch Kokai, and Brad Crone. Brad, any surprises in what you've heard from Ted Budd?
No, standard, and he's basically setting at the foundation for his messaging and communications going into the general election. I do think that there will have to be some efforts to try and unify the party to bring everybody back together, and you'll see that on both sides of the aisle in the congressional races where people are split, the Sandy Smith and Sandy Robertson. The parties are going to have a reconciliation process, no doubt. A couple races that I'm tracking in Durham County, the sheriff has easily won renomination. He will face an unaffiliated candidate, Marie Josie, who's a former FBI agent, used to be head FBI agent here in the Raleigh office. So that's setting up the November election over in Durham. Up in Halifax County, North Carolina, Senate District 3, 2 and Ernestine Bazemore. Incumbent is trailing Valerie Jordan, former member of the DOT, 58 to 41. Michael Ray in North Carolina House District 27 in Halifax County, easily topping Jerry McDaniel, 75 to 25. Another interesting race over there is the district attorney's race, where Kim Scott is running against defense attorney Jamal Summy. 50 votes separating that contest right now. Kim Scott on top, 50%. Jamal Summy at 49%.
Coming back in our next segment. Right now, we would tell you, though, that Trey Allen is leading his fellow Republicans April Wood and Victoria Prince in the GOP primary for the state Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. Yes, and April Wood had mounted quite an aggressive campaign for the race and had talked about her opponent being a UNC professor, and that seemed to be one of the points of that.
I don't know how closely people were following this, but I know I at least got one question about this speaking to a Republican group, and that was, hey, if Wood wins this, doesn't that mean Cooper gets another seat on the Court of Appeals? And that is exactly true. They would have had a 2-year appointment on the Court of Appeals, so at least some people were thinking about that.
Yeah, but by running, she can't stay on the Court of Appeals anyway.
Right, no, she's running for the Supreme Court.
I know.
So
I'm saying he's got an appointment anyway.
Not if she lost in the primary, because her seat extends another 6 years. Yeah, she's only 2 years into an 8-year term.
I didn't think you could run for two offices at the same time.
She holds. She's not running for Court of Appeals.
She's got the other one she holds, but I didn't think you could run for another one at the same time.
No, she's run. No, she can run for Supreme Court while sitting on the Court of Appeals.
Okay.
Very
you just
interesting.
can't run for two offices at the same
time. Right.
Sure. We were just listening to Ted Budd, who is now, the race has been called for the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate. You're really seeing him lay out his campaign, and he's calling it now the Biden-Beasley economy, the Biden-Beasley inflation. And I think that he's reading the polls pretty well, because right now a poll that the John Locke Foundation has put out shows that for a long time, immigration, the southern border, was a primary issue, was the top issue that North Carolina Republican voters were interested in. That has switched. Now they're talking about inflation and the cost of living and gas. And so I think that those polls and those issues are really going to be a key part of this race.
And the races do change in terms of what is the most important issue at the time. Inflation right now, gas prices, that is certainly a big one, and we'll have more about that in our next hour. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We've got another full 2 hours with you, bringing you up to date as more of these races are called across North Carolina and across the nation. I'm Tony Rixby with Mitch Kokai, Donna King, Tom Campbell, and Brad Crone, and you're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back into our coverage here on the North Carolina News Network of Primary 2022. One of the losing candidates tonight, former Governor Pat Mccrory, making his concession speech now at his headquarters. Let's join that, John.
Marjorie became good friends of mine. We enjoy debating each other, and I'll always respect our friendship. But right now, we've got to do an evaluation of our party. And I want to let you know that you have leverage in this race coming up. You have leverage because our party's got to recognize you as being common sense conservatives like I am. You are a common sense conservative, and I think in this Senate election, you've got to demand common sense conservatism, maturity, and professionalism that we should demand of a U.S. Senator, because the U.S. Senate is a place for wisdom and courage and problem solving, now more than ever, as our economy is being destroyed by the terrible policies of our current president and vice president. And now more than ever, we do need to unite, but we also need to unite to ensure that the people running understand you, because you have leverage in this race. And you in this audience, those who supported me, can determine the future of the U.S. Senate.
Former Governor Pat Mccrory losing in his bid for the U.S. Senate Republican nomination to Ted Budd this evening. And Mitch and Donna and Tom, he was laying out a challenge to his members of his party.
Yeah, I think he was sticking it to Ted Budd a little bit, too.
Yeah, and for those who are just joining us, this race has been called with Ted Budd, with the reports in right now, having a 58% to 25% lead over Pat Mccrory, a clear winner. On the other side, we heard earliest among Senate candidates from Sherry Beasley. She at 82% on the Democratic side. So it's going to be a Ted Budd versus Sherry Beasley race.
And in the U.S. House, in the 1st District, State Senator Don Davis claiming victory in the Democratic primary after his opponent, Senator Erica Smith, conceded the race to Don Davis. I was a little surprised this wasn't called earlier because he had a consistent lead throughout the night.
65% to 30%, basically Don Davis over the former state senator Erica Smith.
And on the Republican side, Sandy Smith continues to have a small lead over Sandy Robertson.
And this is a case where the 30% threshold comes into play. For those who haven't followed this very closely, to win a primary in North Carolina, and this is not something that's been in place for a long time, you have to have 30% plus one vote. It used to be for years and years 40%.
And as Tom mentioned earlier, it was 50%.
50%, exactly.
Yeah,
you actually had to win a majority. But right now, as things stand, Sandy Smith with just under 33% of the vote, if she holds the lead, would be the nominee.
And right now in the 4th District Democratic race, Valerie Foushee is maintaining her lead over Nita Alam. And Donna, I think you said that there was one group that had called this for Foushee?
Yes, it looks like there are a couple of news outlets around the area that have called that race for Valerie Foushee. Again, we were talking a little bit about this last hour. Nita Alam, of course, got a Bernie Sanders endorsement, really took that far progressive left angle in that race. Valerie Foushee had more moderate. She had the endorsement of Governor Roy Cooper. So she is, it looks like she's going to come away with far more than that 30% threshold.
Of the vote that's already counted.
Yes, and she's right now just over the 50% mark. Nita Alam at 33. Clay Aiken, a little over 7% of that vote coming in now.
And Clay Aiken, of course, was at one point quite the celebrity, but a lot of folks don't really know who he is now. It's been a few years.
It's been a while, and one of the interesting things to see is there was a congressional race not too long ago that featured Democratic nominee Clay Aiken against Republican nominee Renee Elmers. They're both in races again this time around, and both are going to come far short of winning election, both of them in single digits.
And you have to wonder, Tom, if the political career for both is over.
Probably so. I mean, when you get the L on your forehead.
That's right. Because Renee Elmers not only lost when she was double bunked with Holding a few years ago, but then lost and finished very poorly in the race for lieutenant governor, too.
Now, here's a very important update for us because we haven't talked about this race for a while, but that high-profile 11th District Republican race, right now, if you look at the latest numbers, Chuck Edwards is leading, but it's 34% to 31% for Madison Cawthorn. So Cawthorn closing the gap a little bit. Only a 3-point lead for Edwards right now. He had been leading by double digits earlier.
And right now, let's go over to Charlotte, where Pete Callender is going to be joining us on the program. Pete, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Yes, happy election night for everybody.
And it has been an interesting one. We've had a lot of races called in the Charlotte area. Any surprises for you thus far?
So far, well, we had our former mayor of Charlotte, Patrick Cannon, fresh off of his stint in federal prison, trying to make a comeback and putting it on to the voters to forgive him. And to prove that we forgave him, we would have to vote him into the city council 4-man slate to go to the general. And this was sort of a gut check for Democratic primary voters. He had gotten the endorsement of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Black Political Caucus. It apparently did not work. He's at the bottom of the list of 6 candidates, which was kind of surprising. So I think that's probably good news for the city of Charlotte, that kind of got a bit of a black eye when he was arrested for the bribery charges and then convicted and then came back, giving us another black eye. And had he pulled this out and had he won, I think it would have put Charlotte into, I think, some unwelcome company with other cities that have put convicted felons back into office.
It has not been
any surprise to you that the incumbent mayor is winning so handily?
No, not at all. She was the hands-on favorite. She has the backing of the business community and has for a long time, and she's perceived at least to be more of a moderate centrist Democrat, although she doesn't always exactly govern like that. But you all know that it's a weak mayor system, so she doesn't actually have to take a lot of votes. So it's largely a ceremonial kind of position, and she has deep ties in Charlotte. She used to be an assistant city manager for a long time, and remember, she was the one that beat the former mayor, Jennifer Roberts, the one who passed the local ordinance that prompted HB2 at the state level.
As you look at Vi Lyles, is she a potential statewide candidate at some point in the future?
She could be. Sure, she could be. I mean, you're in a Charlotte media market, so there is the potential for that. I don't know if it's if she's able to sort of maintain this moderate persona, then I think, yes, probably so.
With the exception of Pat Mccrory, however, Charlotte mayoral candidates have not done well statewide.
True, very true. And, yeah, Pat Mccrory was sort of the one that bucked that trend for a very long time. I guess, going back to probably Jim Martin?
And Eddie Knox.
He wasn't a mayor.
Yeah.
He was a county commissioner.
No, but he was from the Charlotte area.
Right.
Yeah.
But Eddie Knox, Harbigant, people like that, too.
Yeah, so Pete, we know that you're in Charlotte now, but you've also spent some time out there in the western part of the state dealing with radio issues out there. What is your thought now on this Cawthorn-Edwards race? Earlier, it looked like Edwards had a pretty substantial edge. Now, Cawthorn creeping back. It's 34% Edwards to 31% for Cawthorn. What do you make of that?
So I think, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, I think the biggest mistake that Cawthorn made was trying to make that jump to the other district. It was perceived as an abandonment of his district, rightly or wrongly, but that's the way I think a lot of people looked at it. Obviously, the scandal a day didn't help him, to say the least, but I think that not only did the move sort of heightened that sense of abandonment, which is a lot of folks out in the West have they're hypersensitive to that because they believe that the rest of the state ignores them, and to a large degree the rest of the state does. So it's not completely an unwarranted belief. But not only that, it opened the door for all of these other candidates to now file to run, and then they weren't going to get out when Cawthorn tried to come back. But you look at where Cawthorn's base is, it's in Henderson County. That's where he collected tons of votes last time around.
Pete, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. That's correspondent Pete Callender joining us from Charlotte, and you're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back in to our coverage of Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Tom Campbell, I know that you have been following some of the key legislative races across the state.
And I think these legislative races where you may not live in that particular district and may not have a special interest in the race, they are helping us to get a picture of what's going on statewide. In Senate District 1, Norman Sanderson, who's from Pamlico County, is beating Bob Steinberg, who's up from, I guess it's Pasquotank, Elizabeth City area, 60-40. He's still maintaining that big lead. In Senate 19, Val Applewhite is running all over Kurt DeVier, 57-37%.
And that, of course, is the race in which Governor Roy Cooper made the rare step of stepping into a Democratic primary, saying Applewhite was his candidate.
Right.
DeVier had,
which was very unusual.
It was unusual, and DeVier had been against the governor on a number of issues.
And I think that does show some strength for Roy Cooper. Mm-hmm. Roy Cooper still maintains throughout North Carolina in your polls and in every poll. He is still very popular with the voters in North Carolina. And then I look at Senate seat 47 out in the more western part of the state, and Ralph Hines is now inching ahead of Deanna Ballard, 51-49%. May widen that lead enough to be able to get in without a runoff.
And those are both senators who have quite a bit of clout in that Senate. Deanna Ballard has been very heavily involved in the education issues. Ralph Hines has been
the Senate budget chairman.
He has been a budget chairman. Yeah. He's also been one of the main election and redistricting writers. So he's been a very powerful player, as has Ballard. Ballard probably the younger rising star of the two.
I think one of the interesting ones that we were talking about just before we came back on the air is over there in North Carolina House District 70. Pat Hurley. She's been around for a long time, really focused heavily. You may remember some time ago about getting cursive back in public schools. She focused really heavily on that. She is now trailing Brian Biggs in that race down in House District 70.
Yeah, that's certainly one incumbent who looks to be going down. Another who's had some trouble on the Senate side is Ernestine Bazemore, who is the incumbent in the 3rd District. She, at last report, looks to be in trouble for her run for re-election. We've also talked about the fact that there are some double-bunked candidates, so the Norm Sanderson, Bob Steinberg race, the Deanna Ballard, Ralph Hines race. On the other side, you've got a couple on the House side, with Jamie Bowles and Ben Moss have been going back and forth in the 52nd District, and way out in the West in the 113th District, Jake Johnson and David Rogers. That's two incumbents going at it.
And Mitch, I think this says an awful lot about the redistricting process. Mm-hmm. I think most of us who watch this would say that the House ended up with a better, more balanced approach to redistricting than did the Senate. The court said so too. However, in years past, you might remember, leadership would never put two incumbents in the same district. It wouldn't double bunk people to run against each other. And I think what this is saying is, we're in an era now where, with redistricting, you're going to have to make some hard choices.
Well, and in that Ballard Hines race, it almost had to come out that way because they are hamstrung in some respects in the way they can draw districts and the way the population plays out in the western part of the state. Everyone assumed from the beginning Ballard and Heiss are going to be in the same district. You couldn't really redraw it any other way to keep both of them in.
Can I change subjects really quickly? WRAL has just called the 1st District Democratic Congressional race for Don Davis.
And he has had a very commanding lead throughout the night over Erica Smith. Yeah. And still close in the District 4 race, although Donna was telling us that a couple of outlets have called the race for Valerie Fouché. That has not been done by AP at this point. But
I'm
she's had the lead throughout.
That, aren't you?
I am a little surprised. I know Nita Alam really got a lot of momentum early. This is a pretty strong Democratic district, and she had some good, far progressive endorsements. But then again, earlier this evening we were talking about it's about geography as much as anything else. This is not all urban.
Name recognition. Fouché had. She
well,
was
that's
a state
true
senator.
too, and she had the endorsement of the governor, of course.
So, that's the district I live in, and I can tell you, yard signs were out there for both of them. Tons of Alam and tons of Fushi signs.
And it turned out to be a two-person race. We know that there was the celebrity factor of Clay Aiken, but at this point he only has 7% of the vote. Right now, Fushi is just under 50%. She only needs 30%. So 50% in this 8-person race, and Alam at about 33%. So a 16-point gap.
So back to the key races. I mean, we're assuming Fushi is going to end up with the nomination. House 11 and House 13 still haven't been called. When do you reckon we might be able to get enough enlightenment on those to know?
My guess is Hines in the 13th would have a closer path to being called than we have in the 11th, because in the 11th that has closed up to some extent. The last I see, you've got Chuck Edwards at 34%. He's been leading throughout, but Madison Cawthorn
31.
is 31 and closing in on 32. He's at 31.6. So that's only a little bit more than a 2-point gap between them, still with some a number of precincts to come in. Hines, of course, in the 13th district has 33%. About a 10-point lead over Devan Barber's 23%, and Kelly Daughtry coming in third at 18%.
I think the last I saw on the 11th district, they had about 73% of the precincts reporting.
Yeah. This is a case where having so many candidates, particularly having so many candidates, I mean, with Daughtry spending so doggone much money, and Elmer's in there, former congressperson. This is one of those races where the split favored Beau Hines.
Yeah, it certainly did. Especially when you had him as I don't really know who I care about. Trump likes this guy. All right, I'll go with him. I think that Beau Hines was playing on that, because you really didn't hear him say a whole lot about issues. He just said, I'm the guy that Trump has endorsed. Vote for me.
And it was interesting in that race that Elmer's, in one of her few commercials, did say, I stand with President Trump. Daughtry never mentioned Trump in her commercials, but she talked about Joe Biden a lot in her commercials.
And also talked about Beau Hines.
That's right.
And how he wasn't from there and
never had a job.
That's right.
A job.
26 years old and never had a real
He's getting ready to have
job.
one, it sounds like, doesn't he?
Well, he certainly has a shot. As we said earlier, one of the interesting things is now in this district that is the one true toss-up district, you're going to have a clear choice. You're going to have Beau Hines against Wiley Nickel. And it'll really come down to which side gets the people out and which of these two can convince people who might be able to go either way.
Might we say that Nickel is going to be a Wiley candidate?
Oh,
it could be. Well, this particular district, though, really is pretty evenly split. It says that, in 2020, Biden probably would have won it by just over 1%, but and so would Governor Roy Cooper. But then again, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, when you look at what that data was from 2020, that Robinson still would have won. So it really could be a toss-up this time around.
And as you look at Wiley Nickel, he had no problem at all, really, in winning the Democratic nomination in that district.
And that could be a little bit of a surprise, only in the sense that there was another candidate in there who had also been a state senator, Sam Searcy, and you thought maybe it's going to be a tough Nickel-Searcy battle, but Nickel really had an easy time with it.
And there was a lot on social media going back and forth between these two people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Absolutely.
very interesting. We haven't mentioned it for a while, but of course there's some important judicial races on the ballot. And in the one Supreme Court primary, we're seeing Trey Allen with 55% of the vote compared to 36% for sitting appeals court judge April Wood.
That's a little of a surprise for me that he would have that big a lead.
Yeah, because no one knows who any of these people are, so the fact that anyone could get that big of a lead.
Wood did a lot of advertising.
Including the fact that she had the advertising and she's a sitting judge.
Can I climb on my soapbox? This is prima facie evidence we do not need to be electing judges. We need to have some sort of process where we can appoint them and then reconfirm them after a period of time.
You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Good evening, everyone. Tony Rixby here, along with Tom Campbell, Donna King, and Mitch Kokai as we cover Campaign 2022. We're joined now by Henry Henton, who is a man with just encyclopedic knowledge of politics in eastern North Carolina. Henry, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Just call me Funkin' Wagon.
On the porch, Johnny Carson, years ago.
Henry, what's your take on Pat Mccrory's run in that Senate race?
You know, I'm a little baffled by it. It's confusing to be a Republican tonight. But you had that Meredith College poll that came out that showed Bud up by 7. You had the Emerson College poll come out and showed he was up 26. I found it hard to believe the Emerson College poll, and of course he's going to lose by more than 26. It looks like. I mean, it honestly is a statement on Trump and the control that Trump has over the Republican Party in North Carolina and the South. I mean, it's it's confusing. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to me like. Bud was not willing to debate. He stood behind anywhere from 11 to 15 million, depending on who you believe, of the Club for Growth ads, and I think Mccrory ran out of money. But I also think maybe there's a little Mccrory malaise. I mean, Pat's been on the ballot so much recently. I had thought that might hurt him. That Bud is kind of a new up-and-coming name. He got the Trump endorsement, so he might have been sexier to the more far right wing of the party.
But Henry, he had such an incredible ratings lead in Charlotte with WBT, his talk show. I would have thought that would have boosted him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seriously confused about what the message is here. I mean, Mccrory was a very conservative and good governor for North Carolina. I mean, he had a lot of things pinned on him toward the end there with the HB2 that he wasn't responsible for. And other people that were responsible for it have gone on and gotten elected. But it's all perception, I guess. But I don't know. I don't.
Well, during the break, we wanted to question you on this Senate District 1 race between Norman Sanderson and Bob Steinberg. What's your take on this?
I'm not real surprised by that. Norm Sanderson is a extremely popular guy in eastern North Carolina. Bob Steinberg's from Easton. He's up in the northeastern corner of the state. They got double bunks in this district. Sanderson's a very popular guy in eastern North Carolina. Norm, if you ever met Norm Sanderson, he's kind of the typical consummate Southern gentleman. Bob is from Ohio, and is kind of a transplant into Easton, like many people into my hometown of Easton.
What are you trying to say here?
Asks the Ohioan over here.
Well, I'm just saying that Norm Sanderson is kind of a typical eastern North Carolina guy, and a nice guy. And I'll tell you, there were a lot of people that came out. There were some former state senators that came out and endorsed Norm Sanderson on some of the radio ads that we ran. He had a lot of support, and again, Steinberg's kind of stuck up there in the northeastern corner of the state, and when they redid this district, it's so wide.
Yeah.
My Lord, it goes from the Virginia line all the way down to almost Wilmington. It's a crazy district. But I'm not surprised that, Bob Steinberg's done a good job. He's worked really hard on the prison system problems. He's done some other great things for his district, but I'm not surprised to see Norm Sanderson winning that one.
Interesting.
It is. So tell me what you think about what we're seeing out, the other end of the state from where you are, down in district in North Carolina Congressional District 11 there with Madison Cawthorn.
It's confusing to be a Republican. Frankly, I thought that he would probably, after Trump doubled down yesterday with his endorsement in that district, I thought that maybe he would pull it out. But I know that, you had so many people who were working against him. I mean, when you have the Speaker of the House and the Senate President Pro Tem come out in that race and endorse Chuck Edwards against Cawthorn, you had Tom Tillis endorse Chuck Edwards against Cawthorn. Again, that's part of the confusing part of the evening to me, because you kind of had the traditional Republicans on board with Chuck Edwards. Looks like Edwards is going to win that. Although I guess right now it's too close to call.
It's real close. It's tightening all the time.
Yeah. But I'm looking at 241 to 275 precincts, and so it's getting close to the end. And I thought Cawthorn would win it, frankly.
Have your folks been focusing much on that first district where you've got the open Butterfield seat and the very contentious race on the Republican side?
That's been the hot ticket down here, and the two Sandys have gone at it pretty hard. Sandy Smith, who was the nominee last time against G.K. Butterfield, and Sandy Robertson, who is the mayor of Rocky Mount. This has been a nasty.
Henry, hang with us for just a minute, if you will. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. News Network of Campaign 2022. Tony Rixby with Tom Campbell, Donna King, and Mitch Kokai. Henry Hinton is joining us from Eastern North Carolina as well. And Henry, you were talking about the results tonight in the first district.
I was talking about how nasty that race has gotten. Sandy Robertson, of course, has been running negative ads about Sandy Smith having been bankrupt, not paid her taxes, domestic abuse, having attacked two ex-husbands. I know that Sandy Smith's first husband had been sending information into the district saying that she had smashed his head while he was asleep with an alarm clock, that she had owned a sex shop, and all these different things. But, you know, she had the name recognition. She came back and ran negative ads against Sandy Robertson, talking about all the problems with corruption in Rocky Mount City government, which was really unfair, frankly, to Sandy Robertson, because those are the issues that he ran on to get elected. The scathing audit that Beth Wood did on Rocky Mount was actually done prior to Sandy Robertson being the mayor. You know, there was $91,000 worth of unpaid utility bills by one of the city council people that the electric company there in Rocky Mount had just written off. There were, numerous other things that Sandy Smith ran ads saying, trying to pin that stuff on Sandy Robertson, which is really unfair because Robertson was not even in office when some of that stuff took place. But, it just got really nasty, and I think at the end of the day, Sandy Smith got out in front early and got her advertising out early, and she also had the name recognition, and she did not get the Trump endorsement. She worked really hard to get the Trump endorsement, did not get it. But, if you listen to any of her radio ads, I mean, the first thing she says in her radio ads is, I'm the only candidate that thinks that Trump won.
So Henry, at this point, that race has not been called, but Sandy Smith has 32% of the vote to Robertson's 27%. If that holds true, she'll be above the threshold, will not have a runoff. One of the things, as some of the nasty information came out in this, is that there was the discussion that the Democrats had all this information about Sandy Smith, and if she had been the nominee and it hadn't come out, it was going to come out in the general. Does it help her at all that all of this is out now? Everyone will seem to know about it, and in the fall, it won't be news that could be a gotcha for the Democrats?
I think it's true, by the way, that G.K. Butterfield had it last time. I can tell you, her first husband was sending it to everyone. He sent it to me. And, of course, I don't have a 60 Minutes team that can independently verify stuff that comes from an ex-husband. So I didn't report any of it. But when the race, I think when some of the polling came out that showed Sandy Robertson was in a tough fight with Sandy Smith, he chose to put it in an ad and run it. And, of course, he got a cease and desist letter from Sandy Smith's lawyer saying, we're going to sue you if you don't take it down. And then Sandy Robertson hired Ward Smith, a law firm down here, to send a cease and desist letter on the nasty ads she was running about Rocky Mount City Council and all that stuff. I would not be surprised to see a lawsuit filed after this one's over with. It got so nasty, it could be one of those rare situations where the threats turn into a a real lawsuit.
And the real winner in this contest is going to be, wait
Don
for
Davis.
it, the lawyers.
Well, yeah, that's true. There's no doubt about that. But Don Davis, got like 64% of the vote over Erica Smith. Erica Smith just is not known in a large part of the district. She's up from around Northampton or Halifax County up there, and Don, of course, is from here in Greenville, but state senator out of Greenville and Greene County for a long time. And I'll tell you one thing that I think helped Don was when the Supreme Court redrew District 1. It took a huge amount of Greenville away from Greg Murphy's district, District 3, and put it in District 1. And I think that hurt Erica Smith because, she's an unknown in Pitt County. And the only other thing that I would comment on is the fact that Greg Murphy got 77% of the vote or something like that, 76.4%. There was some nasty things in that race, too. This guy, Tony Cowden, down in Sampson County, who originally was not in this district, he was going to run in District 4. And when the Supreme Court maps came out and they put Sampson County in District 3, he changed and decided to run against Greg Murphy, which, was probably not real wise. Murphy is, pretty bulletproof in this district. But he got 14% of the vote, but he was running some nasty ads against Greg Murphy, accusing him of all sorts of crazy. This was a nasty primary down here in the East, guys.
Excellent information from Henry Hinton down there in the East.
Henry, thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening.
Okay, guys, great coverage. I've been listening tonight. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
Henry.
Big Hen.
And we now have gotten official confirmation from AP. They have called the 4th District primary for Valerie Fouché.
One other thing to mention, we've been talking about some of the legislators who've been having a tough road so far, and we have a number of incumbents who have either lost or are on the losing end right now. Some of these because of double bunking. We know that Norm Sanderson seems to have prevailed over Bob Steinberg in one double bunk race. We've seen in a close race Ralph Heiss over Deanna Ballard in the western part of the state. Also in the Senate side, Ernestine Bazemore in the 3rd District. Looks like she's having problems. Kirk Deviere, of course, in that Cumberland County district where Roy Cooper stepped in and endorsed Val Applewhite. Deviere looks like he's going down. On the House side, you're seeing Representative Pat Hurley, who looks as if she has lost her reelection bid. Also, Representative Kimberly Hardy, a Democrat. Representative Ben Moss, a double-bunked Republican. Representative David Rogers, also a double-bunked Republican. So a tough night, perhaps, for about 8 legislative incumbents.
And we're seeing tonight the power of Governor Roy Cooper's endorsements with Valerie Fouché and in these races, too.
We are that. But I think what this is setting up is that after November's election, we're going to see a whole new flock of people in the House and the Senate. We're going to have a new legislature, irrespective of whether the Democrats win or the Republicans win. It's going to be a new body that's going to be going in for the long session in 2023. And there's some important issues that are going to have to come before this legislature next year.
Sure, and that's important because they are getting started. That session is supposed to gavel in tomorrow.
Well,
the
that's
day
a short
after.
session.
A
But
short
I'm talking
session.
about the long session next year. I mean,
when you're dealing with different legislators,
they're not going to be handling any really hard issue. I don't think in this short session. I think they're going to get in, tweak the budget, and go home.
So they say.
So they say.
Well,
they've been studying Medicaid expansion.
Everything I hear is they're pretty committed to getting out of there.
Sure.
In fact, they'd like to spend July 4th at home.
Yeah. They
so this might actually
as
be
a citizen, we'd like for them to spend July 4th.
It might truly be a short session this year,
Right.
which frequently they're not.
That's right. Because this has been a top of mind race, we ought to go back to the fact that in that high profile 11th district Republican primary, it's pretty tight. Chuck Edwards at 34% to just under 32% for Madison Cawthorn. Eyeballing it, it's only about 1,600 votes in between them right now. 29,000 plus for Edwards, 27,400 for Cawthorn. But Cawthorn has been inching back.
And you would have to, if you were an odds maker right now, you would probably have to say, let's give the odds to Cawthorn, the incumbent.
Well, Cawthorn's in second right now.
I understand.
Yeah, you
but
still think
it's,
okay?
It's narrowing all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
he was 10 points behind earlier this evening.
And I think
Now
about
he's-
91% of the votes are in that district right now.
Yeah,
too.
so basically it depends on where are those precincts, and are they in the ones that favor Cawthorn or Edwards?
And both over 30%. So
Yes,
it
whoever
really-
wins going to win.
We're not
wins
talking
gonna
about
win.
a runoff. Exactly. That is something to be watching really closely.
And you are listening to coverage tonight here of our Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back in on our coverage of Campaign 2022 here on the North Carolina News Network. The Senate races have been called. We're starting to see some of the U.S. House races called as well. So far, not a lot of huge surprises in the Senate race. Sherry Beasley, as expected, easily won the Democratic nomination, and Ted Budd winning the Republican nomination over Pat Mccrory and Mark Walker. Some of the U.S. House races that have been decided thus far: in the 1st District Democratic primary, Don Davis is the winner. In the 4th District Democratic primary, Valerie Fouché has been declared the winner. And, of course, we continue to watch with great interest Districts 11 and 13 this evening.
Yeah, certainly. And we saw earlier that Chuck Edwards, the state senator, had a pretty substantial lead over Madison Cawthorn, but that has shrunk. It's about a 1,500 vote margin right now with Edwards in the lead. Only a handful of precincts left to be reported. It comes down to whether these are really heavily Cawthorn precincts or heavily Edwards precincts.
Well, and Cawthorn was just on television, and he refused to concede, even though he did acknowledge the fact that he was behind, felt like he was going to come back. Here's the real question here. With this perceived problem that Cawthorn has, and the fact that he did not run away with this nomination very clearly, what does this mean for setting up the general election in November?
You certainly have to like the chances of the Democrat a little bit more, although this district now...
It's a Republican
It's a very
district,
Republican
but
district.
It could flip.
Yeah, it certainly could if people decide, the 2/3 of people who didn't vote for Cawthorn in the Republican primary, if they're so fed up with him, if he got the nomination, that they would go the other way or stay at home or just leave that one blank. That could be a major impact there.
The stay-at-home factor could be a big deal with that,
Well,
too.
and the unaffiliated voters who may have gone into the ballot box choosing a Republican ballot may decide when the general election comes forward, okay, I just don't like this.
And if you're talking about the races involving Trump-endorsed candidates, we should also mention in the 13th district, Beau Hines now still has a lead there with 32% of the vote, but DeVan Barber has 27% of the vote. So that one's kind of tightening up. Hines over 30%, so if he keeps that lead, he wins. But certainly that one has a number of precincts still to be reported.
And the conventional wisdom going in tonight would not have expected DeVan Barber to be in second place in this race.
Not at all.
Right. Kelly Daughtry in third place with 17%, 14 points behind.
That's a surprise. That's a
behind
real
Hines.
surprise.
Exactly.
With all the television she did and particularly attacking Beau Hines.
Right.
And again, you have to wonder, how does this leave? This is a Republican district that we're talking about here, House 13. But how does this leave the general election set up for November?
Sure. Well, it is a toss-up district because it has such a large chunk of southern Wake County. So we've talked in the past about how this is going to be...
But a lot of Johnston and Harnett, too.
Yeah, it has all of Johnston and Harnett and Wayne.
That's as red as you want.
That's
and
right,
Harnett,
but it's going to be very interesting because you're going to have a clear contrast, perhaps Beau Hines and definitely Wiley Nickel, two very different people.
Yes.
Sure. I'm surprised to see that the Ralph Hayes, Deanna Ballard. Of course, that's another double bunk that we were talking about. Ralph Hayes leading 52-47. Deanna Ballard, we heard a lot from her this year, particularly when it came to some of the education issues that have been talked about. Some of the parental issues with curriculum. She was involved in some of that in North Carolina High School Athletic Association. Some of those issues. So she really did make a name for herself within the party. But it is tough when you're double bunked and both of them are really powerful senators. This is a difficult one, and they are not divided by much. We're talking about less than 5 percentage points. So, that may flip, but it's hard to say at this point.
And we haven't mentioned it for a while, but for those who are just joining us, in the headline matchup, it was fairly clear early on. Sherry Beasley on the Democratic side and Ted Budd on the Republican side winning their nominations. At last report, Beasley 81% in the Democratic primary, Budd beating former Governor Pat Mccrory by 59% to 25% in the Republican primary.
And we have heard from both Sherry Beasley and from Ted Budd this evening as they're already setting up their general election campaign.
And we also heard from Pat Mccrory, who was kind of setting up a campaign of his own, telling the voters who supported him, hey, people are going to have to pay attention to you in the general election. And I think we're going to be hearing during the next hour of our broadcast, perhaps, from the number 3 candidate in that race, former Congressman Mark Walker.
Yeah, we hope to have him coming up in the next hour. And as we go back over to that Supreme Court race, a little bit of a surprise there. That Trey Allen leading that primary. I would not have predicted that going into tonight.
Interesting because there had been a concerted campaign from some of the people who are already part of the judicial process, including Supreme Court Associate Justice Phil Berger Jr., to push a couple of candidates, and we see that in 2 of the 3 cases that has played out well for him, with Trey Allen being one of the candidates he supported and also Michael Stating. But on the other side, Chief Appeals Court Judge Donna Stroud appears to be winning her race for re-election with 59% of the vote.
And we're joined now very quickly by State Representative Jason Sain. Jason, thank you for joining me tonight.
Yeah, glad to be on. How are you doing tonight?
Well, we know that one of the things that you have been working on recently is the sports wagering bill that has already passed the Senate.
Yeah, so that, as we go into session later this week or tomorrow, that'll be top of mind. I think we'll see that bill move fairly quickly within the next couple of weeks. Things that many folks are talking about, our members included, but getting a lot of good feedback on that. We've got Republicans and Democrats alike who are just tired of losing dollars to neighboring states and are ready to move forward with this bill.
Representative Sain, as you're looking at the results tonight, what stands out to you?
What a decisive victory by Ted Budd. I just left the Ted Budd victory party. Incredible numbers posted up, particularly against two very solid conservative Republicans who have won in North Carolina. Pat Mccrory statewide, a good governor, and certainly not taking anything away from those two gentlemen, as well as Marjorie Eastman. But what a decisive victory by Ted Budd.
Very interesting. What about there in the House? Are you watching some of these races, and is anything surprising you?
I am. The Jamie Bowles, Ben Moss race, two very good members in the House. Bowles, who's been there a long time, but Ben Moss, who as a freshman, hard worker, went out, really worked hard in this new district. Where, unfortunately, because of the lawsuits and because of just the need to redistrict, every 10 years, that they ended up getting double bunked. So that was a race that it was really unfortunate because they're really just two hardworking members. Somebody had to come out a winner. Looks like Ben's going to win that. And then the Jake Johnson race and David Rogers out in western North Carolina and Rutherford Polk and Henderson counties was another race to watch. Two double bunked incumbent members, both good members. Jake's a young guy and a fighter, and really worked hard. I was just in his district yesterday for a different meeting, not concerning his campaign, but couldn't help but notice all the presence that he had. So the win there isn't necessarily a surprise. Diane Wheatley, one of our members who held on to win by, I think right now, it was like 120 votes.
Jason, what do you think about the Ralph Hines race?
So for me personally, what a race. Ralph Hines, for the people know or not, is my roommate when we're in Raleigh. I've been a longtime friend, knew his mother very well before she passed on. Deanna Ballard, also a great friend. Her parents are my constituents. Really twisted and torn. I knew it would be close, so not a surprise that it was as close as it was tonight. Both are just, again, unfortunately, double bunked together. Somebody was going to come out a winner and somebody's going to come a loser, but honestly, it was almost a flip of a coin. Another day, the difference might have been just enough.
Representative Sain, thank you for joining us tonight. We're up against a hard break, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And that's State Representative Jason Sain joining us tonight. The legislature goes back into session tomorrow, and he'll be leading the fight for that sports wagering bill in the State House of Representatives. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network.
Here's Tony Rigsby.
Good evening, everyone. I'm joined in the studio this evening by Donna King and Mitch Kokai. Tom Campbell was with us for most of the evening as well. We've had several races already decided. In the U.S. Senate, Sherry Beasley easily winning the Democratic nomination. Ted Budd has been declared the winner of the Senate primary on the Republican side, beating out Pat Mccrory and Mark Walker. And Mark Walker is joining us now here on the program live. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
Well, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity. Glad to be with you.
Well, I always on a night like this, you have to have probably some mixed emotions.
Well, there's no question. The first thing you think of is all the people that have worked hard, that have committed time and resources, and that's the first thing. And then I've never lost a race before, 5-0, 2 primaries, 3 general elections for the U.S. House. So it does sting, but I'm very proud of the people around us, and I'm very proud that we did it the right way. We did not run the negative ads, but we did find it was very challenging to go against President Trump when his endorsement came in after we had announced the U.S. Senate race, and then and it's all fair game, but having $12 to $13 million of outside DC dark money come into state was very challenging. You put those two together, and it did make it a tough hill to climb, but nevertheless, very proud of our team and very proud of how we ran the campaign.
Congressman Walker, you also had an interesting season here because of the redistricting issue, because for a while it looked like there was a chance that you might have a good opportunity if you stepped away from the Senate race to run for a return to the U.S. House of Representatives in a district that might be pretty good. But then redistricting maps changed again, and that possibility was basically taken off the table. How much did that hurt your ability to just kind of focus on run for the Senate and do the best you can?
Well, that's a great question. I would add to that with President Trump asking me to come down to Mar-a-Lago and wanting me to do so to get out of the race, and there were lots of factors in it. But I just felt like that when the first time that we were redistricted out of this, we just made a commitment to run for the seat with retiring Richard Burr, and we stayed with it. We just felt like all along that we were the best candidate to do so, and if we continue in this, we're going to have to, I guess, do a little better on the fundraising side, because North Carolina is a state now where tens of millions of dollars are in play, even in a primary. But as far as ever thinking about getting completely out of the race, that just wasn't something that we really ever considered.
Congressman, do you think the biggest factor in Ted Budd's rather convincing win tonight, was it the Trump endorsement, or was it all the money from Club for Growth?
I think it was a combination. If you look at the top 3 states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina was the only state where both President Trump and Club for Growth were partnered up. If you go back to March, Pat Mccrory was leading 31, Bud was at 24. We had closed the gap up to 17, and then there was a $5 million money drop from the club. That was before Trump and the club divorced over the Ohio Senate race. I was hoping if they would have done that a few months earlier, we would have been in a lot better shape, because look, that kind of money, when you're able to stay up on air for nearly 7 or 8 months with repeated ads, those are people in places that we simply couldn't touch just traveling city to city.
Congressman Walker, we know that one of the things that has come out during this campaign was that after you basically got redistricted out and didn't have a great opportunity to run again in the U.S. House, you had talked about being a potential candidate for this Senate seat, knowing it was going to come open, and then perhaps some concern that Ted Budd knew about this and still decided to run for that seat. Given that, is that going to make it hard for you to support the Republican nominee in the fall?
No, it's not. And I would even add to that, in 2019, when the districts were changed, I went to Ted and talked to him and met with him personally, and because I had 55% of the constituents, he had 33%. But I told him, I said, Ted, if you stay in the House, I'll support you there in the House. I'd love to have your support in the U.S. Senate, and nothing was ever written in stone. But we were a little surprised that after we had gotten in there three or four months into it,
that he did decide, or somebody helped decide. But as far as any kind of any thought process that we wouldn't support him as the Republican nominee, that's never really even crossed our mind. We've got too much at stake here in this country, in our state, to do that. Do I like the way that things went down? Do I like the fact that he was never allowed to show up on a debate stage? I thought that would be the place where we could build the greater contrast between our records and our ability to reach in really into all of our communities. There's a reason that I'm the only Republican to win the United Negro College President's Award or give a commencement address at an HBCU here in North Carolina. Our approach, we feel like, is strong conservative, but there's, I think it's hopefully, I guess it's a skill set to be able to talk about individualism and hope across the board. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't take away the fact that I think would have been the best candidate for the U.S. Senate. In fact, Sherry Beasley only polled 42% against me. So when it comes to supporting Mr. Budd or the Republican state, that's not crossed my mind.
You mentioned the debate. We met there, and I feel like we covered so much good ground on issues and some of those things that we did there at the Carolina Journal John Locke Foundation debate back in February. What did you find really were those core issues that that voters are looking for when they head into November, and what's the challenge for Republicans and for Democrats as they try and capture that middle ground, that unaffiliated voter that we've been talking about tonight?
Well, thanks for the question. If you go back to February, national issues, China's continued overreach, the border issues, education, getting the federal government in the classroom, those are all still important. But since February, the amount of inflation, the amount of gas prices for our farmers that are buying diesel gas in the bulk, recently baby formula, these are just real life issues that are not even politically based. And when it comes to a partisanship perspective, those continue to go higher and higher. Now, does that play well or bode well for Republicans? Absolutely. And I think if you go back, Republicans, I think, are the strong favorite to win this U.S. Senate seat. You have to go back to John Edwards' 1998 to find a time where Democrats actually won the Senate race in a non-presidential election year.
Wow. I hadn't realized it's been that long.
Congressman, at this point, what are your future plans?
You know what? I don't know, and I'm being fully transparent. I've never lived life with a plan B. When I proposed to that blonde 30 years ago, I didn't have a plan B. When I stepped away from being a pastor to run against a pretty prominent Republican family, I've never operated with plan B. So I don't know what that is. It will be in some kind of service. That's kind of what we've done in our adult life. We'll see what that looks like. But we've been so focused on just traveling close to 80,000 miles because we knew we would have to outwork them. There was no way that we were going to outspend them. And obviously we've come up short. But as far as what that looks like in the future, I don't know. But it will be something in the area of serving the people of North Carolina. Congressman,
thank you so much for taking time out to join us this evening.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. God bless, and look forward to connecting again soon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Congressman Mark Walker joining us here on the North Carolina News Network this evening, finishing third behind Ted Budd and Pat Mccrory in that race for the Republican Senate nomination.
It was a tough race, for sure. And I think we're going to see in November it's going to be a very difficult, very expensive race. As both now Sherry Beasley and Ted Budd head toward getting that November election, November 8th, the general election, because they've both run, very, very strong partisan races. So what's going to happen as we come into November, and they really both have to go for that unaffiliated voter. How those voters decide to cast their ballots, that'll really decide the race.
And I would imagine we'll be seeing some national money coming in on both sides.
On both sides. We've already seen Sherry Beasley really start sort of the middle-of-the-road general election campaign with that ad that focused on her starting that trafficking court and saying she's going to fight to keep North Carolinians safe. That's not really a message designed to get the progressive part of the Democratic base. That's more of a let's get the general election voter behind you. I'm guessing we're going to start seeing a heck of a lot more ads from both Beasley and Ted Budd going forward.
You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Come back in on our coverage here on the North Carolina News Network of Campaign 2022. Tony Rixby here with Mitch Kokai and Donna King. As we've had a number of races decided this evening. We've told you about the Senate race. Several House races also decided on the Democratic side. That hotly contested Democratic 4th District race won by Valerie Foushee, perhaps a little more easily than many had anticipated.
Yeah, and in fact, it's tightened up a little bit, but certainly not enough to call it into question. Valerie Foushee with 47% of the vote to about 37% for Durham's Commissioner Nita Alam. Clay Aiken, sort of the celebrity factor, that did not translate into a ton of votes for him. He finishes third, and at this point has about 7% of the vote. So it really did turn out to be the two-way race between the candidate who had gotten a lot of support from sort of the establishment Democratic Party groups versus the candidate who had the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren support.
Those endorsements as opposed to a Roy Cooper endorsement, and in North Carolina, the Roy Cooper endorsement usually is going to prevail.
It definitely helped Valerie Foushee. Also, is in some respects a similar race in the 1st District congressional race where you had Don Davis as the candidate supported by largely the establishment part of the Democratic Party. And G.K. Butterfield, yes, yeah. who had that seat, versus Erica Smith, who was the unsuccessful candidate for the Senate in 2020, losing to Cal Cunningham in a primary. This time wanted to run for Senate, but once Sherry Beasley got in, Erica Smith stepped back and said, okay, I'll run for the U.S. House instead. Don Davis later got into that race, and so Davis ended up trampling on her in this one.
Right, and of course then on the GOP side of that 1st District race, Sandy Smith seems to be coming out ahead of Sandy Robertson. She has got about 31% right now to his 26%. That was a full slate of Republicans. It was a pretty messy campaign here in the last few weeks.
That was a much more negative campaign, particularly with those allegations against Sandy Smith that came out.
Sure. With 2 Sandys and 2 Robertsons, there were some name issues as well.
And one of both. One was Sandy Robertson, and there was another Robertson and others. But one of the other things for people who are just joining us to keep in mind is we're talking about the primaries. So these are the elections to determine who runs in November. To win your primary, you have to get 30% plus 1. So over 30% of the vote. Most of these races that we've been talking about, in fact, all of the ones we've been talking about lately, the leading candidate has more than 30% of the vote. So the winner here should be the winner going into November. If a candidate wins in one of these multi-candidate races and has less than 30%, the second place finisher can call for a runoff. Right now, we're not looking at any scenarios like that.
I really don't see any that could go to a runoff, which is kind of a surprise to me. I was expecting we might have maybe 1 or 2, particularly there when we look out at District 11, Madison Cawthorn and Chuck Edwards. Chuck Edwards leading Madison Cawthorn right now, about 33% to 31.
With most of the precincts reported.
Most of the precincts reporting in that one. So it is not looking good for Madison Cawthorn tonight. But, I'm not positive that is a commentary on the Trump endorsement as much as it is on some of the sort of self-created crises that the young congressman has had over the last few months.
Yeah, I would think probably the straightest view of how the Trump endorsement can play into a race may be that 13th District Republican race where Beau Hines, 26-year-old candidate with no previous political experience, has basically run as I'm Trump's guy. And his ads have basically said, I'm Trump's guy 3 or 4 times in the ad. Right now he's ahead with a little less than 32% of the vote in his race. DeVan Barber in second place with 28%. If that result holds, Hines would win and would not have to go to a runoff. But, of course, there's still a number of precincts to report there. We've talked about during this broadcast a bit of a surprise that the third-place candidate is Kelly Daughtry, who has pumped a lot of money into this race. She is at 17%, so well behind the top 2 candidates.
I think the conventional wisdom was that it was a race between Daughtry and Hines.
Yeah.
And Barber sort of coming out of nowhere, but running some unique TV commercials that were very upbeat as opposed to a lot of them we saw this year.
And perhaps he has rallied people by telling folks that he's the 7-time Dad of the Year.
Sure. Well, and the thing is, Wiley Nickel, though, who looks like he's pretty clearly got the Democratic nomination in that District 13. He's an experienced candidate. He's an experienced campaigner. He's got a lot of legislative experience here in North Carolina. The question is, can Beau Hines be a candidate that can take him on head-to-head? That's something that Republican candidates or Republican voters are really going to be talking about right now. Now, there is a report at the moment that Representative Cawthorn has conceded that District 11 race. We just talked about it a few minutes ago, although we have not seen that elsewhere. Spectrum News is reporting that at the moment, that Representative Madison Cawthorn has conceded that District 11.
And we're going to keep our eye on
race.
that. So far, no official call from Associated Press on that, but that is the second report we have heard that Cawthorn had conceded that race to Chuck Edwards.
Yes.
Also, some interesting results on the legislative front. We knew going into this election that regardless of what happened, 4 incumbent Republicans were going to lose because they had been double bunked. But we've also seen some additional problem for other incumbents. So at last report, I have not looked at the updated numbers lately, but it looked as if incumbents who had been double bunked, who were going to lose their primary, were Senator Bob Steinberg running against Norm Sanderson. Also, in the western part of the state, Senator Deanna Ballard running against Ralph Hayes. On the House side, Representative Ben Moss and Representative David Rogers, who had been double bunked, but then also a big race that has the rare instance of Governor Roy Cooper stepping in to take sides in a Democratic primary. Kirk Deviere looks as if he's going down to Val Applewhite in a Cumberland County district. We also see Representative Pat Hurley appearing to lose her primary race. And Ernestine Bazemore on the Democratic side in the state Senate looks as if she's lost her primary. Also, Representative Kimberly Hardy, a Democrat, looks as if she has lost her primary. So a number of cases, maybe as many as 8 incumbents already learning that they are losing their races.
And there's an interesting sheriff's race going on in Wake County where the incumbent sheriff, Gerald Baker, is trailing in the Democratic primary, and former sheriff Donnie Harrison apparently is going to be winning the Republican primary.
Yeah, this really is an interesting race. If you're here in Wake County, Donnie Harrison has been having a full-on text campaign. I know that I've gotten text from him and from his campaign. He lost that race last time around, and there was some speculation that he was coming back. He did jump back in the race there, but I'm not positive that Gerald Baker, there wasn't some in that win. There could have been some sort of name association with a former Sheriff Baker that we had many years ago.
That's right,
who
was no relation to
no relation
Gerald
at all.
Baker.
But there's a lot of folks that may have seen those signs, seen that connection between them. So I'll be really curious to see if we have Donnie Harrison back in Wake County.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people who assumed that Gerald Baker was John Baker's son.
Some sort of relation at all. And of course, before Donnie Harrison had spent years and years as the sheriff, John Baker had spent years and years as the sheriff.
Former NFL player.
That's right.
Sure.
In fact, the person we saw in the WPTF newsroom for many years had caused that injury to Y.A. Tittle with the bleeding head.
Right. We're also watching that North Carolina Supreme Court Associate Justice race. Trey Allen seems to be decidedly about 55% of the vote there over April Wood and Victoria Prince.
And that's a little bit of a surprise, too.
I think so. I was surprised. I thought April Wood would it would at least be a little bit closer in that, but Trey Allen kind of pulling away from it with 55% of that vote.
And a lot of the Wood campaign was based on the fact that Allen was a UNC professor. In a negative sense.
Yeah.
Exactly. His other tie-in that he emphasized was the fact that he had such a close tie to our current Chief Justice, Paul Newby.
And you're listening to Campaign 2022 here on the North Carolina News Network. coverage this evening here of Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. We are seeing various reports that Congressman Madison Cawthorn has conceded his race to Chuck Edwards, although we do not have an official call on that race as of yet.
Sure, it is being called by CNN
That's
and
right.
by several other sources.
CNN now saying a campaign spokesman says that Cawthorn has called his opponent to concede. I've seen also some reports that Chuck Edwards, who is the presumed winner in that race, has put forward some sort of statement saying that he believes he has won. We'll continue to look for more information about that. Relatively close race, but at 34% to 32% with Cawthorn, with Edwards in the lead, and not many more votes to count. It does look like it's Edwards.
And on the surface, this would be a victory for the North Carolina Republican establishment who had endorsed Edwards.
And remember that President Trump, who had endorsed Cawthorn after he had had some controversies, but before he had many others, still came out fairly late in the race and said, I know he's done all of these things, but give him a second chance.
Right, right. We saw a lot of that going on. And, of course, there was something interesting comment on Twitter here. Somebody said, okay, now does Cawthorn start working on his Senate campaign for Tom Tillis's seat? So, who knows? Who knows? I don't think it's we've seen the last from Madison Cawthorn. It's interesting.
I'd like to throw in, just because we have not yet talked about this race during our coverage, very briefly, one of the issues that got a little bit of controversy that was a local campaign was the Guilford County School Board race, or a school bond referendum, in which there was some concern that Guilford County might have used taxpayer dollars to endorse the actual race rather than educating people about it. That didn't seem to make a difference. Right now, this bond referendum is passing 62% to 38%. So that did not keep the people of Guilford County from voting against a bond.
Sure, and that did include a tax increase, I believe so, because of the bond. So it is interesting to see if those really make a difference, but there was some complaint that they were using that government money to promote it rather than educate.
And you're listening to our coverage here on the North Carolina News Network of Campaign 2022, looking at some of those races that we were most interested in coming into tonight. And in the 1st District Democratic primary, Don Davis with a very easy win over Erica Smith, who is somewhat of a controversial figure in a way because of her past Senate campaign against Cal Cunningham.
That's right, and she was the first candidate, if I remember correctly, to say she was going to run for the Senate race this time, after Sherry Beasley, who ended up getting 81% of the vote this time around. After Sherry Beasley got into the race, Erica Smith stepped aside, said, I'll run for the U.S. House instead. But after she decided that, then Don Davis got into the race, and he ends up winning substantially in this race, 63% of the vote at this point to 31% for Smith.
And in the 4th District, where we were anticipating a very close race between Nita Alam and Valerie Foushee for the Democratic nomination, Foushee has been declared the winner with about 46% of the vote to 37% for Alam.
And Clay Aiken, the celebrity factor, coming in third with about 7%.
And you have to wonder if Clay Aiken's political career is over, if there ever really was one. He's run twice for office.
One of the interesting things I heard from people on the progressive side of the fence is they wondered why Clay Aiken got into this race and what the real motivation was, especially once you had some other candidates who had worked in this area and were known quantities as politicians. Had Aiken gone into a race where there wasn't another higher profile candidate already in, maybe he would have got more support.
And the irony tonight, as you mentioned earlier, Mitch, his past race in the 2nd District against Renee Elmers, both of them substantial losers in their races this evening.
That's right. Renee Elmers running in that wide open 13th District race where the Trump anointed candidate, Beau Hines, leads with 32% of the vote. DeVan Barber in 28%. Kelly Daughtry in 3rd at 17%. Renee Elmers all the way down in 5th place with about 8% of that vote.
And in the 13th District Democratic primary, it was really not much of a race. Wiley Nickel with an easy victory over Sam Searcy and 3 other candidates.
Yes, 30-point victory for Nickel.
It is, and that 13th district is one we've been watching so closely because it seems to be North Carolina's really only true swing district this time around in these congressional races.
Because it's a unique makeup because it includes an urban county plus several rural counties nearby.
Exactly. It's sort of that eastern side of Wake County with parts of Johnston County. That area would have been, in 2020, it would have been President Biden, Roy Cooper, but then again also Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. So, it is a pretty good cross-section of North Carolina voters. Now, the question, though, is can Beau Hines, this very new 27-year-old or so candidate, can he, with no political experience, can he take on an experienced legislator like Wiley Nickel?
You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back into our coverage of Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. And Mitch, you had a point you wanted to make.
District race, in the 13th district race, where you have, it looks as if Beau Hines, the likely nominee on the Republican side, Wiley Nickel, clearly the nominee on the Democratic side. This, as we have already said, is going to offer the voters in that new 13th district a clear contrast. There's not going to be any way that people will say, oh, it's just two sides of the same coin. Very different. Beau Hines versus Wiley Nickel.
A little bit earlier this evening, Sherry Beasley, who easily won the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate, met with her supporters in Raleigh.
Hard just to stay afloat in the face of challenges posed by the pandemic and the climate crisis. I know parents who are working 2 jobs each to make ends meet and to take care of their families. Seniors on fixed incomes trying to retire with dignity after a life of dignified work. College students with big ambitions for their future and big student loan debts. People with diabetes skipping insulin doses because the costs are too high. Families who are one health emergency away from losing it all. Folks deserve more, who need more than what we've seen from Washington. Now, my parents divorced very early in my life, and I was raised by my mother in a home steeped in faith. She was a strong woman, a trailblazer, a leader in her field, and she taught me the value of hard work, integrity, and justice. I've lived by those guided values: to do the right thing, regardless of politics, to serve with integrity and justice, to uphold the law, respect it, and respect the Constitution. Those are values I know North Carolinians share: faith, hard work, integrity, and justice. And what I know is that our values unite us. And that's why I'm so proud to be your nominee for the United States Senate. Because while Washington is divided, people here are not. While Washington focuses on special interests and corporate cronies, the people of North Carolina are focusing on working for our families and strengthening our communities. While Washington focuses on pointing fingers and passing blame, the people of North Carolina focus on working hard and getting things done. My mom taught me about hard work. And you know what else she taught me? That there are no shortcuts. And I promise I will work hard for the people of North Carolina every single day in the United States Senate. As your senator, I will fight to keep jobs rooted in our local communities, investing in a made-in-America economy, ensuring that people get the job training they need for high-paying, in-demand careers, and creating good-paying jobs by investing in renewable energy. I will also work to support our small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. As your senator, I will fight to lower costs, from the prices at the pump to prescription drug costs. I will work to expand the Affordable Care Act and Medicare to ensure that every person in every part of North Carolina will have access to the care that they need. And as your senator, I will continue refusing to accept corporate PAC money because our leaders should only be responsive to the people they serve. As your senator, I will fight for every child to have the opportunity to thrive with universal pre-K and well-funded schools in every zip code. And I will fight for working families by pushing to lower child care costs to support our workers and boost our economy. So here's the bottom line. As your senator, I will fight for you. And if it wasn't clear what's at stake in this election before, it is now. My opponent in this election has made it clear that he will not put North Carolina first. He will not fight for what we need and for what we want. And he will always put his own ambitions and the corporate special interests funding his campaign over people of this state. And we know my opponent and his allies will continue to distort and demean and pour millions of dollars into disgraceful attacks intended to trick voters, rather than fighting for the people or working to make our lives better.
And that was the Democratic senatorial nominee, Sherry Beasley, at a celebration in Raleigh earlier this evening after winning the primary very, very easily.
One of the first people to come out and speak because she was one of the early winners with
I think she was the first call of the evening.
That's right. 81% of the vote in her primary. On the other side, Ted Budd winning substantially over former Governor Pat Mccrory. So those two will be moving on to the general election. Some other items of interest. We've been following a number of interesting races. I've been looking most recently at the state Senate, and we saw that in that first district race between two Republican incumbents, Norm Sanderson leading Bob Steinberg, 57% to 43%. It looks like Steinberg is going down. Very close race on the opposite side of the state, where you had a new district that basically had to be drawn in a way that Ralph Hines and Deanna Ballard were going to have to run against each other if they wanted to run. They did run against each other, and with all of the precincts reporting, Hines wins by about 336 votes, 50.65% to 49.35%. Another big Senate race that we've been following because of the political involvement of Governor Roy Cooper. Governor Roy Cooper stepping into the race involving Senator Kirk Deviere and saying, I'm going to endorse your opponent, Val Applewhite. That had a big impact, apparently, on this race, as Applewhite gets 56% of the vote in District 19 against Deviere's 37%, Ed Donaldson with 7%. So Kirk Deviere going down in the primary after crossing Governor Roy Cooper.
And you mentioned earlier Toby Fitch surviving in a race that I don't think most people saw as being that close going in.
Now, Raymond Smith, who was running against him, I believe has served in the House, so it's not like an unknown quantity, but I had not heard that there had been any chance that Toby Fitch was going to go down, but he had a closer race than you might expect. Last I saw, he was up 54% to 46%. Of course, Senator Fitch, a larger-than-life presence in North Carolina politics.
And sort of an icon in that Wilson area, that part of North Carolina.
Has served in the House for a while, was one of the people who served in the Gang of 8 or Gang of 10, the Democrats who were not willing to go along with the Jim Black crowd, and sometimes stood back and said, look, if you want our votes, you're going to have to meet our demands. Then he was a judge and then came back to the Senate.
Sure. So, on the House side, of course, we've been talking a little bit about Pat Hurley in District 70. It looks like she is not going to come out on top there. Brian Biggs looks like he's bested that race with 52% to 47%. That one's a surprise, as is the one with Jamie Bowles. I wouldn't have thought but it looks like Ben Moss is going to come out ahead in that race.
And that was a double bunk race.
That was a double bunk.
Moss less experienced than Bowles, but also an incumbent, so he did have a base of support. And then if you scroll down to the 113th district, that was another one where you had double bunked Republicans, Jake Johnson and David Rogers, so you were guaranteed to see one person lose there.
And in the closely contested Wake County Sheriff's primaries, looks like former Sheriff Donnie Harrison is winning the Republican primary. Gerald Baker, the incumbent sheriff, is trailing in the Democratic primary. You're listening to Campaign 2022 on the North Carolina News Network. Welcome back into our coverage of Campaign 2022 here on the North Carolina News Network. I'm Tony Rixby with Mitch Kokai and Donna King. Earlier in the evening, Tom Campbell and Brad Crone were with us. Let's go over some of the big races that we've had. And Mitch and Donna, we started very early getting calls in the Senate races within an hour after the polls closed.
Yeah, Sherry Beasley was out very early on the Democratic side. She wins handily in the Democratic primary. No surprise there with 81% of the vote. I think throughout the entire campaign season, we had never heard really a peep about there being any chance that Sherry Beasley was not going to win.
Really, none of the other candidates were very well known at all.
Not well known, and especially after some potential interesting candidates in that race. Former State Senator Erica Smith, who had run for the Senate in 2020, and current State Senator Jeff Jackson of Mecklenburg County. Once they both got out of the race, the path seemed to be cleared for Sherry Beasley. Much more hotly contested race on the Republican side, but as it turns out, Ted Budd, with President Donald Trump's endorsement and lots of money, millions of dollars from Club for Growth, gets a big win. 59% of the vote. I mean, there had been some discussion, can Ted Budd get over 30% and avoid a runoff? Well, he almost doubles that, almost 59% of the vote to 25% for Pat Mccrory and Mark Walker, who we heard from earlier this hour, finishing a distant third at 9%.
And as we go over to the 1st District Democratic primary, Don Davis, easy win over the aforementioned Erica Smith.
Yes, and of course in Sandy Robertson, this is in Sandy Robertson-Sandy Smith race. This is also over in the 1st District, that GOP primary. It was kind of an ugly one. It was hotly contested, but it looks like Sandy Smith is coming out ahead in that one, in District 1. There.
All precincts reporting.
Yeah, all precincts reporting. I mean, she's barely hitting that 30% mark, which would be what you have to pass, 30 plus 1, to avoid a runoff. She's got 31.4% of the vote to Sandy Robertson's 26.7%. But that was a full slate of candidates. It's not easy to get there, but it looks like she's coming out ahead, and she came pretty close to beating GK, or not beating, but at least, matching up with GK Butterfield last time around, and he has been a consistent winner by 70% or more of the race in that old District 1 race.
And this district, on paper, is a Democratic district, and I would think that everyone would say it's still the Democrats to lose. But if it turns out to be a very strong Republican year, Republicans might look at this district and say, this is not one that we would expect to win if everything is even. But if we're really doing well, the 1st District is one we might be able to take.
Well, the 1st District, unlike the other Democratic districts in the state, is not heavily urban, as most of the Democratic districts are.
Sure. And there in District 11, we've been watching that really, really closely. It looks like Chuck Edwards is going to come out ahead. He had the endorsement of legislative leaders in the Republican Party there in Raleigh, the state, and Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis has already said there on Twitter this evening that the Republicans chose Chuck Edwards tonight because he embodied mountain values that will fight for them every single day in Congress with honor and integrity. Now, that word choice is not lost. I think that's something that a lot of these rank and file establishment Republicans have talked a lot about in this primary race against Madison Cawthorn, who appears to have already conceded and had the endorsement of Donald Trump.
Now, very interesting in this race, we've talked about the fact that to win in a primary in North Carolina, you have to get 30% plus 1. Cawthorn would have done that. Edwards, though, had more votes than he did. So Cawthorn was able to get more than 30% of the Republican primary voters to vote for him, almost 32%. Unfortunately for him, Chuck Edwards is at about 33.5%, and that seems to be enough that Cawthorn, we have seen reports, has conceded, and that Edwards has been claiming the victory. So that's good news for the Republican establishment that's been behind Edwards. Another race where we saw Donald Trump being involved is this 13th district, where you have interesting races on both the Democratic and Republican side. On the Democratic side, didn't turn out to be as interesting as some might have hoped, because Wiley Nickel, the sitting state senator, ended up winning that one handily, 53% of the vote to 21% for former State Senator Sam Searcy. So a big win for Wiley Nickel. He is the Democratic nominee. On the Republican side, I haven't seen this one called, but at last report, Beau Hines, with a little bit less than 32% of the vote, has about a 4-point lead over Devan Barber. And at a distant third, Kelly Daughtry with 17%. Former Congresswoman Renee Elmers way back in 5th in this race with 8% of the vote.
In the heavily Democratic 4th District, the race with the Democratic nomination there, the Democratic establishment candidate, Valerie Foushee, with a victory over the progressive Nita Alam.
Yes, and that one, Foushee had been leading throughout the evening, but we saw sort of a tightening in the margin a little bit, but still a comfortable margin for Valerie Foushee with about 46% of the vote to 37% for Nita Alam. And, of course, the third-place finisher is the one who probably has the widest name recognition across the country, especially for people who like reality TV, because the former runner-up on American Idol and the former runner-up on Celebrity Apprentice, which made him, for a while at least, a friend of Donald Trump, Clay Aiken.
That's right. And, you wonder about some of these losing candidates tonight. I think of Renee Elmers, I think of Clay Aiken, I think of Erica Smith, and even Pat McCrory. What does the political future hold for them, or do they go on to something else now?
It'll be very interesting to see. I think some of us have talked about the fact that Pat Mccrory, the former governor, before he got back into this race, had a pretty good gig doing what we're doing right now in the mornings down in Charlotte, and perhaps that's something he thinks about doing again.
I think so. And we had, of course, Mark Walker was joining us in the last hour. He finished a third in that GOP primary, and he seemed to think he was not done. He said that he and his wife are really thinking about what their next steps are, that he doesn't ever go into anything with a plan B, and right now he knows that public service is in his future. He just doesn't know what that's going to look like right now.
And as we get ready to wrap things up this evening, any lessons learned tonight, Mitch?
Well, one lesson that I think could be a bad lesson moving forward, and that is if you are a front-running candidate and you have a lot of money behind you, you don't necessarily have to take part in debates. Ted Budd certainly proved that. He bypassed every potential debate that he could do. He was slammed on the debate stage by all of the other candidates for not participating. Didn't make any difference. He had former President Trump's endorsement, and millions of dollars from the Club for Growth. We also saw some other occasions where candidates who seemed to be doing well decided not to debate. Didn't seem to hurt them.
Beau Hines. Beau Hines did the same thing. They had all of the Republican candidates up there debating. Beau Hines came in, decided to leave. He didn't debate. It doesn't seem to make a difference, and that's where that's a question. Are voters ready to not hear the policies that they're interested in?
Are we looking more at personalities than policies these days?
Oh, I think that's certainly true in a lot of cases. I think another lesson that we learned from this on the Democratic side is that at least in these 1st and 4th district races, being the ultra-progressive candidate didn't really help in the primary. It was better to be the candidate who had more experience and more backing from the traditional Democratic Party groups.
And we learned, as we probably already knew, that if you're in the Democratic primary, it helps to have Governor Cooper behind you, too.
Certainly true. Everyone who's been looking at polling in the past couple of years would have to say, if I'm a Democrat, I want Roy Cooper behind me, certainly more at this point than President Biden.
Well, Mitch, I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Donna, thank you as well. And to Tom Campbell and Brad Crone, who also joined us this evening. Our coverage tonight here on the North Carolina News Network on a very interesting night that saw easy wins in the Senate primaries for Sherry Beasley and for Ted Budd, and some interesting House races as well. I'm Tony Rixby. Thank you so much for joining us. You're listening to the North Carolina News Network.